Great. Okay, would like to call to order the City of Boulder Design Advisory Board meeting for July 12th, 2003. I'm sorry, 2023. And I guess the next thing we need to do is to move into public participation. Is Devin on the?
Todd, I'll run that part and just
Okay.
go over our rules of decorum real quick.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
why don't we start there?
Great. Just share my screen here. All right. Oh, there we go. Okay. Can you guys all see that? So
Yes.
this is the rules of decorum for this evening's meeting for public participation guidelines at our city meetings. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and board and commission members, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information about this vision and the community engagement processes, you can certainly visit our website listed here. The following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during this meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. Participants are required to identify themselves using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online in this platform. You're in Zoom webinar right now, so if you would like to speak this evening, we have a couple of options. You can hover over the bottom and raise your hand. When it's your turn, I will adjust the settings so that you can unmute yourself and speak. If you are on the phone with us this evening, which I don't see anybody on the phone, but you can dial *9, which will raise your hand. And let's see. Oh, whoopsie. Go back to. There's also, there's one other option for raising your hand. If you hover over the reactions button, it will also give you the option to raise hand. And that, I'll turn it back over to you, Todd, and we can start public participation.
Okay.
So if there is anyone here from the public that would like to speak, now is the time to raise your hand.
So this is public participation not related to the projects that we're reviewing. Doesn't look like we have any.
I think we've got one.
One, okay.
So Lynn Siegel, I'll promote her to speak. And
so I can speak about 2206 Pearl. Yes or no?
Can you wait until we get to that particular topic?
That's a hearing.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess then I'll use my time differently. I usually speak impromptu, so I'll have to manage. I guess the latest thing that I'm concerned about is from last night, actually, is the Millennium Project, which really puts, I think, as Brendan said, kind of a harsh face on Boulder when you come into town. And I think it does matter, the appearance of this place when you come here, you know, your first impressions. And it's a big wall of a lot of mass. It's increasing that capacity of 296 hotel rooms to 930 or something bedrooms for students rented out individually. So making even more than a hotel would make, but CU is taking in the revenue, and the city's lost our sales tax revenue out of that space. Granted that we're going to have something on the hill. There were reservations expressed last night about the management of parking up on the hill. It's going to make things difficult. You know, as Boulder expands, and particularly with the CU South project, you got your job cut out for you, because the city is impacted just phenomenally from that. You know, my mom and dad met in the hiking club at CU, and he complained about Boulder in 1950. Let's see, it would be about 1950 even, that it was too big at 35,000 people. And that's what just the CU campus handles now. And so this kind of an impact on a relatively small town, you know, in the middle of the country is really too much to take. And the example of the Millennium, you know, we're losing our charm. The charm is the Millennium, kind of a James Hunter. I don't know that it is a James Hunter. Maybe it is, but I mean, I'm pretty upset because we lost a James Hunter $6.1 million house at the base of of Flagstaff Mountain in the wildlife interface zone. You know, the fire zone that was rock solid, that would never burn down. It's made of rock, and it was passed through Landmarks Design Review. So the Millennium really needed to stay the way it was. It needed to be kept for sales tax for Boulder, not for CU. We can't be compliant to CU so much as we are. Done. Thanks.
Thank you, Lynn. Do we have any others for this sort of open participation? Okay,
No other hands are raised.
no other hands are raised. Okay. So we will have public participation again during the discussion of the particular projects. Let's approve the minutes, and then we'll get into the discussion items. So we have the minutes from the April 12th, 2023 meeting. Can I get a motion to approve those minutes?
I move that we approve the minutes.
Okay. Did anyone give Devin any comments on the minutes earlier today at his request, if there are any changes? No? Okay. All right. So is there a second to approve them then?
I second to approve them.
Okay. All in favor of approving the minutes? Okay, great. And let me just do a roll call. We have quite a few people here right now, but what I'd like to do is, if we can, is just introduce the DAB members and the city staff people. And then when we get to the project, we will introduce the applicant and their team, kind of one at a time, if that's all right. So let me introduce myself: Todd, Brian, DAB chairperson.
Brendan Ash. Dab.
Matthew, Stephen.
Chair Stephen Eckert with DAB.
Matthew Scheck-Snyder, DAB.
Okay. Then we also have Kalani, Amanda, Chandler, ML, Charles. I think that's the rest of the city team.
And ML, welcome to our little board here.
Yes. Okay. All right. So that's a bit of a roll call. So let's move into the discussion items. And we were talking earlier about whether or not both of the applicants for the two projects that we're reviewing are here right now, and it looks like they are. So if you're both here, welcome. It might make sense for us to switch the sequence of the two projects. We had the 2206 Pearl Street project listed first, and then the 4845 Pearl East Circle project second. We anticipate that we will take less time talking about the 4845 East Pearl Circle. So if we can switch the sequence of those, that might work better for our discussion. So Kalani informs me that we need a motion to switch those because of they're officially in the agenda with the 2206 Pearl Street project first. So can one of the DAB members make a motion to switch those? If you think that's a good idea.
I motion to switch the discussion items.
Okay. And a second on that? Okay, so DAB members in favor of switching them signify. Okay, so we will start, hope that's okay with the applicants. We will start with the 4845 Pearl East Circle project. And what I'd like to ask Chandler to do is to give a brief introduction, and then we'll ask the applicant for approximately a 10-minute presentation before we get into the discussion. So could we execute both of those and then back to kind of where we are?
Sure. Thanks. Good evening, everyone. Chandler Van Schok, principal planner and case manager for both the projects that are being reviewed by the board tonight. So the first one, 4845 Pearl East Circle, is currently in for site review. They've had 2 rounds of comments. This went to Planning Board and City Council as concept plan in 2021 and was referred to the board by council at that time. The project, just briefly, they'll get into a lot more detail, but 3-story, 45-foot tall building, roughly 115,000 square feet and change, designed for life sciences, built or proposed to be built in the Pearl East Business Park in what is now a service parking lot between 2 existing buildings. That's probably it. I think the applicant will cover everything else that we need to know.
Can I ask
Okay.
a question, Chandler?
Sure.
Just want to know where they are in the process of the site.
So they're in site review, and
Yeah,
they've been through two rounds of review with staff. So they've been issued 2 sets of comments. So from staff's perspective, they're getting closer to preliminary approval and schedule for planning board call up.
Cool.
But this is the first time that DAB has reviewed this, as far as I know.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, who's leading the presentation?
So we're gonna take it. I think, you guys can hear us? Yep, it looks like it.
Yep.
So my name is Alex Garrison. I have here Lenny as well as Sierra. So we're part of the Gensler team, and it looks like Eric is also on the call there. He's the project manager for the project, and then Jennifer is the building owner. So we're gonna go ahead and run through here a 10-minute presentation. So let me pull up my screen. Give me a moment. Okay, it looks like you can probably see this. Let's see. So we wanted to kind of briefly just cover why we're here, just to kind of give everyone context and really explain at a high level what our design evolution has been to date. So first, as mentioned by Chandler, we were referred to the DAB by City Council last year, I believe, and really citing a couple of items, one of them being energy performance of the building, as well as creating a more quality connection to Pearl Parkway. And then finally, a couple of comments that weren't official, but from the planning board regarding mass and scale. So as Chandler mentioned, one of the main things that we did is we removed the 4th level, bringing this building really into zoning compliance. We've also reduced the overall square footage from the original concept by about 30,000 square feet. We've also taken a much more careful look at the mass and scale of the building, created a break point at the midpoint, as well as removed the larger curtain wall elements to make this building a lot more compatible with the current business park architecture. And then finally, we introduced a northern facing lobby, which is along Pearl Parkway, that creates a direct connection to the multimodal path and also accesses bike facilities, both to the public as well as to the building on the inside. So it really has two faces now to the building, two front faces. So just kind of very briefly, you know, it's in this Pearl East Business Park. You can see here the project site. The building is essentially going to occupy what is currently a parking lot along the northern edge of the site. The site itself is light industrial or industrial G. Here you can see where the campus is. So it's really in that kind of in that area of Boulder that is intended for research and manufacturing. And in this case, we are targeting life science. So this building is designed for life science functions. So in terms of the site, a little bit more closely here, you can see where the building is relative to the other projects. Everything else on site is existing. And in terms of the, sorry, I don't think my team can see this. Let me pull it out a little bit. In terms of the buildings, you can see the context. They're all 3-story buildings on campus. A couple or two, really brick and glass is kind of the aesthetic. And so we took that approach. Give me a moment here. Whoops, sorry. Let me jump back one slide. It jumped on me. So we took that approach, and this is just for reference what the original concept that we came in with. You can see here the 4 stories and the much more higher increase of curtain wall. And what we did with that is we really evolved the design to be much more compatible, as I mentioned. So the building is now 3 stories. The predominant architecture is a punched brick window aesthetic, which is it kind of has a lower profile, as well as has a better solar performance. And then we created a mass break in the middle of the building, which when you zoom out, this is an elevation that shows you basically our building, the middle one here that's proposed in context to its adjacent business park buildings. And you can see across the lot now, there is a much more compatible, much more sort of rhythmic, you know, kind of quality to this building as opposed to earlier. And one thing to note too is a lot of these buildings were designed, you know, obviously there's the zoning max height, but another aspect to this is that the trees on campus are very mature. So they're, you know, all a little bit taller than the building. So this building kind of fits within that aesthetic. And we've also, as from the landscape perspective, really focused on improving the landscape around the building. So you can see some images of the project from the corners. You know, we really took an eye towards designing this building to have that, as I mentioned, that kind of break in mass, so that there doesn't feel to be any large expanses of glass or any other type of facade. So you can see right here in my cursor, the main mass break point, and then you can see, you know, across Pearl Parkway, which is this image where my cursor is. You can see how the building looks as well as the other corners. Another aspect to this is that this building is LEED. I think it's shooting for LEED Gold. I forget the exact certification, but another aspect to what we really focused on was sustainability and energy performance. So the building actually, it relates from the east, south, west, and north. It relates to the solar exposure. So that is achieved not only with high efficiency insulation. The brick itself is also a very good material, but we have introduced solar shading along the south, east, and west sides of the building to prevent solar heat gain, and thereby lowering our overall EUI, or energy use intensity for the building. And this is just kind of a detail of what that looks like. Part of our approach to this as well is we wanted to create a little bit more depth in the facade to provide more texture. So these windows are set in approximately 8 to a foot from the brick face. And so you can see the elevations here laid out. So essentially as I mentioned, what we've done is we've created this mass break, which occupies that lobby space in between really kind of two sides of the building, so to speak. And we've also introduced slightly larger punches along the ends of the building to create this differentiation in mass through turnstile, as opposed to a mass break in the middle. In terms of palette, we took the approach that we wanted to make this building much more connected to the business park as it exists. So we are using a brick that's very similar in tone and introducing elements of wood in the soffits of the balcony, and then really naturally based other material choices. So for instance, kind of a medium grade granite and a concrete that's slightly, it's not just white concrete, it's more of a beige concrete, and then metals that have a warm tone to them as well. So that the overall aesthetic is not only like the business park, but also much more kind of natural in its approach. And so we have some renderings here just to show what this looks like. So this is from the internal street of the business park. You can see this is the one side of the lobby where it's essentially you're entering in. You can kind of get a sense of what the solar shades, how they look relative to the overall brick punched aesthetic of the building. And then on the north side, so just sort of behind the trees here where my cursor is, that's Pearl Parkway. You can see the connection that we've added to the north. That is obviously for the building. We've introduced a bike parking box that's inside of the building right off of this entry. So it's actually going to be a really nice sort of primary entry for bike commuters come into the building. And then on the ends of the building, we have also exterior bike parking that are shaded under shaded canopy structures that we can share in the 3D model that we also have available to look at today. So overall, you can kind of see how this looks to the corners of the building and then the kind of the building's relationship to the rest of the business park. And as Chandler already mentioned, I mean, we lowered the height, and we've worked with site review to get this building into compliance and not pursue that additional floor that we had originally. And then just to kind of sum up in terms of the community amenities, just to sort of focus on that, as I mentioned, these where my cursor is on either side of the building on the sort of the corners, which are these landscape zones between buildings. Those are where the bike parking that are publicly available on the exterior are located, and those are under canopies, shade structures. We also, as you can see, have introduced a lot of landscaping. A lot of this is low water, prairie, boulder appropriate landscaping, and as well as a lot more trees. And then finally, as I already mentioned, the connection to the multi-use path here on the north, where you can enter the lobby from the north, and that connects all the way through to the south. So this is essentially a pass-through lobby. So that's it. I think I've got a few seconds here, but that's what we brought today to share.
So you said you had a 3D model that we can also look at? Yep,
I do.
Okay, can you pull that up?
Sure. Yep.
All right. Yeah, this is usually really, really helpful in our discussion. So DAB members, do you have any questions, clarifying questions about what's been presented before we get into the discussion?
I had one question in terms of brick color in the Pearlies Parkway. There's no larger requirements for brick colors or anything of that nature, I'm assuming.
In terms of the design guidelines?
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, there's no formal requirements, but it's our intent to make it feel consistent.
Okay.
Any other clarifying questions on the presentation? Okay, before we get into the discussion, we should see if there's any public participation around this particular project.
Great. If you'd like to speak about this project, please raise your hand. Looks like we have one hand raised so far. Lynn Siegel. Lynn, give me just 1 second to promote you.
Yeah, I
Great.
like the
ahead.
utilization of the solar UTI, solar use intense or energy use intensity, EUI. I like that term. I hadn't heard it before, on the windows being recessed. And it also has a nice aesthetic. And I think you could, as far as coloring with your brick, it might be nice to have some kind of a coordination between different buildings so that they're not all the same color, you know, that like the color scheme changes periodically between one after the other business park. And the other consideration here is that people are not using business parks nearly so much since COVID. And there should be the consideration that there might be multiple users and trade-offs within the structures within and spaces within these buildings so that they're used to the max. And that's it. Done. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's all. Looks like that's all the public participation we have. So generally what we start with is a kind of an overall positive comment from each of the DAB members before we get into the discussion. So do any of you have any particular comments that you'd like to start off with, just sort of overarching positivity?
I can start if no one else wants to.
Go ahead, Matthew.
I think just a couple of the things we'll speak about more seem to be relevant criteria to discuss today is the landscape. And I hope to hear a little bit more about the interior landscaping and courtyard that faces south. I know that that's kind of interior street and parking and whatnot. So it looks like some nice effort has been put towards making those connections, and I'd like to see more about that. And then the admirable energy efficiency goals of the project. It's nice to see a big project like this, trying to achieve a higher level of performance. And so, it'd be nice to hear about a little more about that along the way. But kudos for including that as a project goal and trying to see it through. And then finally, the character and massing. I think that's a criteria we'll talk about today. I feel like whatever instigated the reduction of the building height or removal of the upper floor seems to have been a good move. I'm not sure about programmatically, but I feel like that probably had the biggest immediate effect of scaling the building to something we consider contextually appropriate. So I think that's all I have for now.
Okay, good, Matthew. Stephen or Brendan?
Sure, I can jump in. Yeah, I agree with what Matt said, and it was nice to see your old, your original design. And I think, yeah, the scale has, is much more appropriate. I also like that, while the rest of the, business park really does have this really strong horizontal bias, yours does too, but I like how you have the brick, from first, second floor, kind of those columns in between going vertical. I think it's a nice little bit of a change, from the rest of the business park. Some of the landscape moves that I'm seeing here, I really like, I like how that first floor is kind of cut into the landscape. Almost sets off the upper brick portion, you know, that whole mass is kind of set back in. Which is nice, and it'll read that way, almost like that brick is floating a little bit. I think that's kind of all I have.
Okay. Brendan?
Yeah, I think that by lowering the building, the images that we saw previously, I think that this is a huge improvement on the building. The scale seems really appropriate to me for this part of town in particular. And like Stephen said, it's a good departure from this horizontal banding with the ribbon windows that's all kind of all over the office parks of Boulder right now. That the first elevation or rendering that we saw, I really appreciate how you know, often in our DAB meetings we talk about differentiating between sort of the public lobby spaces from the more private office workspaces. I think that this is really successful in doing that. It's clear where the entry is. It's you know, there's a good rhythm that's established on this elevation with the windows and the punched openings. And then I like the connection with just the complete change in materiality and sort of the modern design departure from the more traditional nod to Boulder brick design. So overall, I think the scale and massing of it is lovely.
Okay. I think I would only add to what you all have said. One of the things that I really noticed when I was driving around out there this morning is that I really like the way that you've sort of updated what's there now on this campus. You've sort of taken those elements that exist and you've really updated them I think in a very cool way. So overall, I think that that's one of the more striking elements of it. So ML, I also wanted to bring you into the discussion. Is there anything you want to kind of add to the discussion at this point from a planning board perspective?
Yeah, thank you, Todd, so much. I agree with what's been said, and Brendan, to acknowledge that taking off that floor and scaling this the way you've done, kudos. I think that you have heard what we saw this on planning board as a concept plan. The other piece that I will thumbs up on is the level of articulation you are starting to propose around the sun. I saw that you had windroses on your analysis. I am not exactly sure how that informed the building, but I totally appreciate that there is a manifestation of environmental responses that we can see, i.e. the window overhangs, the window awnings, and other things. So I think that this project has come a long way since we saw it at Concept on Planning Board, and I congratulate you for that.
Okay, so it's now 4:37, and I don't know if we can spend 25 minutes on the discussion and wrap up this project by 5. If we can, I'd kind of like to do that, but that means we're going to have to be somewhat concise in the discussion. So I'm not sure the topics. I know Matthew mentioned the landscape. He mentioned, we've talked about character and massing. We've sort of touched on materiality. We've touched on energy, although I don't know there's much to discuss there. Are there other topics that we want to cover in the discussion that weren't part of that intro?
A couple items that I was hoping we could just briefly touch on would be the fenestration and kind of the mullion patterning within these large punched openings, and then additionally, if we could touch on sort of the outdoor, like publicly engaged spaces, outdoor patios, and spaces that office users or building users can enjoy sort of the landscape rather than I mean, it is very nicely designed landscape, but there's not a lot of seating, for example. So and then I was hoping we could touch on the mechanical screen, but so those three things.
Any other ones that we haven't touched on, topics, either Stephen or Matthew?
Yeah, I mean, sort of already sort of came up, but I'd like to talk a little bit about the brick color itself.
The brick color, okay. All right. Anything else on the materiality other than the brick color that we want to talk about?
Todd, I still primarily just want to have a tour around the base of the building and just understand how the building meets the ground on each side and how it makes its connections to the campus.
Okay, all right. Well, that's a few things to cover here. If I could suggest something that might be a good place to start, maybe the tour that Matthew's talking about, kind of around the outside of the building would be helpful to get oriented and we could look at the outdoor public space, the landscaping, and anything else that comes up in that discussion. So if you could walk us through that, Alex,
Absolutely.
and your team, that'd be great.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll start. So we're on Pearl Parkway and we are on the west side. And so we're going to walk around the building from there. And so, to kind of quickly touch on the interstitial spaces between the existing building, which is here on the right, and the new building. Here you can see one of those bike parking areas with the canopies on top. One thing that I did not mention to speak to the seating is that there is and we don't have the furniture model, but there is a patio in here, right in here, that's about 3,000 square feet, give or take, with some basically kind of stadium seating incorporated. So that's a seating zone that we have on the west side of the building. So I'm going to go back down here to the sidewalk. And so this is the multimodal path that we're on. So you can see the building essentially is that punched aesthetic with, I forget who said it, but the first floor has that kind of floating aspect. An interesting part of this building is that it's partially in the flood zone. So part of this is actually berming that is required for flood mitigation, which we took advantage of as a design feature. So along the front, sort of buffer in between the sidewalk and the building is a series of different pockets of landscape with different types of species that creates variation along the edge here on the multimodal path. So here is the first mass break, and this is really that northern entrance that I mentioned. Here you can see where essentially the building sets in and it creates that secondary entry from the lobby and as well as the bike box parking here. One thing to talk about is as far as those wind roses and why we included those in the presentation, we actually thought carefully about wind direction. And so we positioned two balconies with kind of three-sided protection, basically on the insides of the building, or rather the kind of the knuckle. So we started with canopies or balconies that were on the edges. We moved them to the inside. to help mitigate against winter wind, to let people sit out there more during throughout the seasons. So then one thing that we also did with this building to create a little bit more variation, we didn't want to go too crazy in terms of creating too many moves. We wanted to kind of keep it a little bit more simple, is that we have on the right here the mass and it's floating above the glass on the first floor. And then at the mass break, it transitions to a brick frame that engages the ground at the columns and has a punched kind of arcade almost language at the base. So it creates a kind of a subtle variation between left and right. And so moving around the building, I'll go a little faster here. Moving around the building, here's another set of bike parking. So essentially the idea here is, especially if you're on the multimodal path on Pearl Parkway, these sidewalk connections that get you from the pathway over to that kind of central spine of the business park, we leverage those sidewalks to create areas where you can basically come in, park your bike, and then go into the site if you're a biker. So it's almost like a threshold here. As far as how we are primarily serving the building, we integrated a loading dock here on the right, as well as a garage for some underground parking below the building. We integrated that into this side of the facade, and then also included the generator and a few other service items here on the right. And we are using louvers kind of using the same color as the dark metal spandrel to keep with the facade texture, but trying to, you know, somewhat disguise their appearance. So going further to the left, here you can see the first corner of the building along the interior street of the site. Another aspect to this building is we obviously have to deal with stormwater and we have to treat it. So we included in the landscape design a lot of emphasis on rain gardens. So this where my cursor is a rain garden. The materiality here is not rendered quite right. These rain gardens would have grasses and it would be a little bit taller and more lush than what we're showing, but you can get a sense of the scale of that. And then the sidewalks, we've also added to the site. We've added sidewalks that you can basically walk all the way across. If you were out there today, you would notice that currently there's really only continuous sidewalk on the south side of the street. And as part of the improvements for this building, we've connected basically the existing building here. We've connected the sidewalk on the north side of the street over to the other existing building. Here on this side, you can see on the south, you can see the primary entry or rather the interior entry. We've included a drop-off zone in front. So it's basically kind of a lay-by curb cut here where people basically would be dropped off and they can walk in. We really wanted to promote this concept of, you know, multimodal. So, you know, there's not parking directly in front of the entrance and rather people would park elsewhere and walk to the site. One thing that's not part of this project, but is part of the improvements of Pearl East is that we've added essentially an amenity building as well as a food truck kind of plaza. So the intent is you would leave this building, walk down the sidewalk and go over to the food trucks to promote this more active community experience. So this is the mass break above the south entry. So you can see here the mass break has again a kind of protected balconies we talked about on the other side. You can also see here in terms of the articulation of the mass, the transition from the frame that meets the ground to the frame that's floating, which in our opinion really helps to kind of reduce the appearance of mass on this building. It makes the building feel much kind of lighter. And I think, Stephen, as you pointed out, and I forgot to mention, we did really focus on this idea of expressing more of a vertical articulation in the windows, specifically to what you were talking about in terms of horizontality. So we wanted this building to really have a better kind of modulation since it is a little bit longer. You know, we were still trying to meet the pro formas of our client to make this building viable. So we have slightly larger floor plates than we did to help offset the loss of floor. The building still is overall smaller, but we use that articulation to help break up the mass.
Yeah.
As you can see. And then finally, just one more point here, sorry. We, on the left side here, the landscape on the south, we're introducing a few site walls, as well as basically some gravel and native grass kind of articulation that is really all about dealing with water and kind of celebrating rainwater retention and water quality treatment. And you can see that it starts a little bit high here on the right, and then it starts to taper off as it meets the street over on the left side here. And then let me just see if there's a little bit more here. Yep. So then here you can see just sort of the final end of the building here. These windows have views of Flatiron, so this is on the west side. And then here's that plaza I mentioned there's no furniture here, but you can imagine we would have tables and chairs and potentially some umbrellas. So I can go anywhere else you would like me to go to.
I think just because we're short on time, I would like to jump into the window discussion, and it's just a really quick well, actually I have one other comment. In your materials board, you have wood, and I thought I remember you saying that was on the balconies, but I didn't see any wood.
Yes, sorry, I forgot to point that out. And actually, I think the wood didn't come in. So the wood is here where it's actually white. That's supposed to be the wood.
Okay, so just soffit.
It's a soffit, correct?
And that's
Yeah.
the only wood. Okay.
That's right. Yeah, we had explored other locations, but the thing about wood, obviously in Colorado, is it deteriorates really fast. So we put it really where we could. So we kept it on the soffits.
Okay. Thank you. So going to the windows, I totally appreciate and understand, the wanting to achieve those lines of verticality on this design. And I think that the window mullions make a lot of sense when you start going to the, 6, 7, 8 bay, ribbon window type design that's on part of the building, but not all of the building. But I think when you get to these 2 bay window punched openings with the sunshades, it looks like it's trying to be sort of a traditional window size, but it's kind of missing. It's confusing my eye as to the human scale of it. So it's like it wants to be. It's sort of neither here nor there. It's not a ribbon window. It's not a big storefront, and it's also not necessarily a traditional punched opening. Although the dimensions suggest that it is kind of. But I think just that center mullion is. I'm having a hard time with it. Like would think about maybe adding some type of a horizontal line to suggest some type of human scale. Just my first reaction to that particular size of window.
Yeah, can I jump in real quick? Because I totally agree. And there's the building along Foothills Parkway, one of the CU buildings. Can you hold the position right there? Because I think we can annotate, and let's see if I can annotate. They have, let me annotate? I don't know if it does. Shoot. No, maybe. They have, no, it's not gonna let me annotate. It's along, I can't remember the address, but it's a CU building. It's similar size and scale. And what they've done is they actually have 2/2 windows, which sounds funny, but they're oversized like this. And you might just look at that, and adding that horizontal piece, but not like a transom up high, but literally like across the middle, and see what that might look like. But I agree, there's something like it's not quite there yet. The other thing along the lines with the window, if you zip over to the northwest side of the building, I really like how you guys have those corner windows wrapping. And if you keep going around kind of to the front, you have like the corner, and then you have the 1 bay of the 4 or 5 paired windows, and then you start the rhythm of the individual punches. And I wonder, again, not claiming to have the right answer, but I wonder if you went like one more over, that would help. You get kind of like a 1/3, 2/3 across that whole elevation.
Mm.
It might, because that's like part of me wants the two masses to be a little more different. And I think you've started that with that corner. And like you said, it's not meeting the ground, on this side of the building. I don't know if that makes sense.
I think it does. Yeah, we understand what you're saying.
And like I said, I don't know that's right. It's just one of those things like, oh, let's see what it looks like. Oh yeah, that's good, or no, that's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, it kind of makes me think that, like you were drawing the vertical pilaster type brick elements, and then it just, like you ran out of ink or something. Like there needs to be some kind of a transition between that rhythm of windows and then the picture windows. I don't know, maybe it's a wider stretch of brick or something. Somehow the rhythm just kind of got
Yeah, or maybe it's a small,
stretched.
like the ones on the right that wrap around the corner. I don't know how wide those are, 15 feet or something. Maybe it's like a little bit smaller. I mean, although that could look, maybe that's funny if you sort of step down in width, but
Mhm.
yeah, something right there could be good. And I don't know if this is a good time to talk about the brick
Hold
color.
on to that, hold that
Hold on
thought,
that. Talk about
Stephen,
that.
and see if, because we got a little bit off of the landscape.
Yeah,
and
sorry.
Start talking about the windows, but before we move on, is there anything else about the windows that anybody else would like to address? And I would like to see if we can get an actual recommendation out of that that's relatively specific. Matthew, do you want to add anything to the window discussion?
No, I'm tracking along. I think if I could just summarize my understanding of the two comments, and maybe this can serve as a basis of a recommendation. It would just be to examine the scale of those windows. I mean, I can't discern what the sill and head heights are right now, but let's say they're 10 foot tall or something. But maybe explore using a horizontal element just to establish some sense of scale in the punched openings.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I think that's a great summary.
Yeah. And then looking at that articulation of the corner, how it wraps around and how it transitions to that other rhythm.
Yeah.
Transition of the wraparound.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can think
The
of like,
transition of the 2-bay
yeah,
to the 6-bay or whatever that is.
right, yeah. I mean, I could think of, like, I don't know, you'd have to try it. And like, part of me is like, well, geez, what if you just brought the 6 window all the way across? What would that look like? You guys probably, maybe you've tried that.
Yeah. Well, I
just
think
for tips.
we heard, I thought a good comment, Stephen, was we heard, explore it as a 1/3 proportion, because right now maybe
Yeah.
it's enough.
Yeah, that might do it.
Yeah, because one aspect to what you're seeing in terms of wall to window ratio is we were really focused on the energy performance, and the brick
Right.
obviously performs a lot better than glass. So we were sort of balancing the two forces of
Yeah.
energy and vision.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So now let's move on to what was the next issue that came up that you were about to move to?
Oh, I was gonna talk about brick,
Oh, the color of the brick.
color and the size. Color, it's interesting over there. I know everyone in Boulder wants everything to fit in. And I don't know what the heck that means, honestly, but it's really monotonous over there. And it seems like this is a chance actually to do a little bit different color brick. I'm just thinking, what if you went darker, like what if it was brown brick? Or it was a little more vibrant, it was more like orangey. And then the other part of me is like, well, maybe it's like a tan brick. Because I don't know that it needs to all these buildings have basically the same color brick, and it just sort of like, I don't know. It's sort of like the CU campus. I know everyone gets upset about that too. Like they want everything to matchy match, and it doesn't really help the campus. Just like here too. I don't know. It'd be nice to you guys internally just to try some different colors, and you probably have to see what what that opens up. And then the other thing is maybe the brick size, like doing like a Roman or a Norman brick. It's like a wider brick. That could help with that overall scale, I think too. It could be interesting. So there's
Brendan, Matthew, what do you guys think about the brick?
Yeah, I mean, the color is, it doesn't bother me. I feel like a lot of people are trying to use the orange sandstone colored brick to match CU. That you see that a lot downtown, but I feel like everybody right now is doing stacked black or charcoal brick, and I'm really happy to see kind of a departure from that. It's just all of these designs we're seeing have some element of stacked charcoal brick. So I think it is nice. I think it's just a traditional kind of ballpark darker burgundy brick, which it doesn't bother me. But I'm always up for exploring, trying out to see if other colors could work.
And from my perspective, I'm more agnostic on the color of the brick. I mean, I think there's a case to be made that it's a reasonable match to the surroundings. I think Stephen's point that this may be a place to provide some contrast.
Yeah.
I think those arguments can make what I like, and what I would like to remain is I like that the design team treated what I'll call the east half and the west half of the building with some different massing and language, and they didn't change the brick colors, so I just want to make sure whatever happens, I think one of the strengths of this is that it's a single brick and it's simple,
Yeah.
it's subtle, it's very mature in that way, and we're not trying to mix and match a lot of different flavors here. So
Yeah.
that would be my only comment, that it remains restrained and thoughtful the way I feel like it is now, regardless of the color.
Yeah, I agree too. And maybe also I don't know, in the sample you have, it doesn't look like it's a multicolored brick, a little bit, but obviously doing a full multicolored. It always looks multicolored in the 3D models, just because otherwise it won't look like brick. But I would steer away from doing that true multicolor, but this looks like it's not.
Yeah, and that looks a little more tan. It's showing up a little more burgundy on the rendering, but I think
so, yeah.
I think it really is a lighter.
Yeah, maybe it's even lighter. I don't know. I don't know if
Yeah.
my comment makes sense, but I just know go running near there and it's just like, oh God, everything's the same.
The bricks that are out there are pretty dark, so if this is
Yeah.
lighter, that would be a subtle contrast.
Yeah,
It is a little bit lighter. And yeah, I think it might be a little bit dark in the rendering.
Yeah. Okay, if we can move on then for the sake of time. So we have not talked about, we did the little outdoor base tour, but we haven't really talked about the outdoor public space or the landscaping. So are there things that we want to address with either of those two, outdoor spaces or landscaping?
Yeah, I think my comment about the outdoor space is that, we have kind of glorious weather all year round here in Boulder, and there's opportunities in February that, we'll get a random 70, 80 degree day. And I think people really like to sit outside and eat lunch and, talk on the phone, whatever they're doing, just taking a break and having just some space, you know, and I appreciate that there is that space on the west side, which is great, because that's, you know, where potential views may be. And but if, you know, if there wasn't, maybe if there's an opportunity to explore some additional seating space or public space on, you know, closer to the entry, maybe on the south side where the drop off is, and just giving people a moment to pause, you know, in addition to parking their bike, but maybe they're meeting a friend who's dropping off of lunch or something, and they can, you know, you can just have a moment or a place to sit, or with the south sun and in the winter. I don't know, just a thought of maybe adding some additional seating opportunities around the building, or closer to the entrances, or whatever, wherever it works.
Hey, Brendan, do you mind if I jump in? This is Eric with Task Project Management. I'm the owner's rep and have been managing the construction out on the campus since my customers purchased their property.
Mhm.
And over the last year, we have just completed over $1 million worth of landscape improvements across the campus, creating different activation zones, new seating, picnic areas, places for folks to eat their lunch. And then as a part of that, and I should say, in addition to that, converting the building that's 2 buildings to the east, which is 4909 Pearl East Circle, to an amenity center. And that amenity center has about a 1,400 square foot outdoor patio that wraps the west facing portion of the property. Yep, right there, Alex. And then the whole first floor is, you know, areas where folks can come and enjoy their lunch. To the east of that, in the parking lot, we've activated, just a little bit farther to the east, there's some green space. We've activated that as our food truck court, creating picnic table. We added picnic tables, built-in picnic benching systems, areas for the trucks to pull in and for folks to be under tree canopy and enjoy lunches. So creating kind of a holistic, comprehensive campus, and then, you know, for all of the users across these 11 buildings and soon to be 12 with your guys' approval and recommendation. So there's been a lot of improvements across the entire campus, just because, not just the innovation building itself. I know Alex hasn't been involved in that particularly, so I want to make sure I spoke to that throughout through this discussion.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up, because I was not thinking of it holistically as a campus. So I appreciate that, and that makes a lot of sense.
And then if you guys, as you guys might know, that campus has that kind of main, I want to say it's an 8-foot sidewalk that runs east to west and kind of creates a connection point from the Boulder Trail on the east all the way through the campus to where the hotel and the surgical center are on the far west portion of the campus. We've activated what we kind of call the central spline through there, so that we've updated some signage and branding to bring some color and character to the campus and kind of revitalize it, as well as bringing in low water plantings, removing a lot of the turf that had been previously planted throughout the history of this campus. So kind of creating a full holistic interaction between the different elements and focal points that we've built over the last year and a half. So
Eric, can you go back to the building that's on that you were just talking about, that's on right there? What is that again?
So that's our amenity center for the campus.
Okay.
We've taken the first 2 floors of that property. It's a 3-story structure. We've taken the first 2 floors and created the amenity center. The first floor, half of it is an art studio and exhibit for BMocha, and creating kind of a maker space for tenants and for users to come and experience. We have an area for folks to come and have their lunch. So there's seating and banquet area. It also extends to the outdoors with a larger patio area. There's some seating elements under canopy. To the east portion of the first floor is where we have our fitness center. So we have free weights and treadmills and equipment for users to utilize. The second floor is where we have rentable conferencing center for the tenants to use, so they don't need to utilize their square footage for their own boardroom. We have a
Mhm.
training room up there, and then we also have a yoga studio.
I was there when I drove through here. I think it was a little bit after noon.
Mhm.
And there were actually quite a few people sitting outside that building on the west side.
Yep.
It was pretty heavily used. I was impressed, and it's pretty hot today, so there is, and there's, because of the mature trees
Mhm.
all throughout the campus, I think there's a lot of interest in being outdoors.
And our
Um,
customers really designed a really great amenity there for the users and really activated that space. I mean, they offer free coffee, free kombucha. There's other products and, snacks
Right.
and such to really kind of bring a more of a community and really activate this campus.
Right.
From what
Okay.
it used to be.
And I'd like
So-
to add to what Eric is saying. I'm with Beacon Capital Partners. We actually own the campus. Our idea was we really wanted to create a community. There was not a lot of amenities on site for the tenants. And so we've actually named it Base Camp, and it actually acts as if it is a base camp. It's been so well received, and we want it to be very hospitality oriented and almost like a hotel where you want a respite from your office. And that's how people are using it. It's so fun to build a space like that and really build a community. We're actually meeting our goals with how it's been received and how it's been used. And I think you would all
Right.
probably appreciate that.
Okay, so the question that's come up around the innovation building is more about outdoor public spaces related to that particular building.
Yeah,
It sounds like there's a lot going on campus, but is there enough going on at this building? I guess that's the question.
and
We
can I
can-
ask a question along those lines? Over here, right, I get to draw, look at this.
Yeah, right.
I love this from the 3D model, and I'm curious what's going on right here. And the reason I say this is because when we were looking at the 3D model, I'm like, oh, wow, even though it's sloped, that's such a great place to sit. I don't know what's happening in front. If you're like, I don't know if you're like me, I pace around on my phone, so I'd walk out of the building, walk around here, and I'd want to sit like right here. Not go too far away, but I don't know what's happening here.
So I didn't mention it, but those retaining walls also do have benches on them. So
Okay.
we were thoughtful. So Brendan, I think you were right to, highlight the south edge is really where you want to sit in Colorado. So we do those little black boxes there represent wood benches that are built on top of the concrete retaining walls. So we are
Nice.
thinking about those areas as pockets where you can sit, have lunch, or even if you're waiting for somebody, you can come up and just wait right there on the bench. So we do have seating there as well as then the kind of main other patio that we provided on the left.
So you'd like
And-
walk in this way, so you'd like walk around and.
You can walk straight in. Yeah, you can walk around. The number 5, that's a rain garden, so
Right.
you probably don't want to walk right through there, but you go around it. But then these guys here where my cursor is, those are all directly accessible from the sidewalk. It's grass, it's all
That'll be
kind of
nice.
designed for people to hang out.
That'll be great.
Where were you talking about the food truck access being? If you could kind of show
Sure.
us with a cursor.
So food truck, I will kind of just sketch like conceptually, food trucks are about right here relative to the building.
Yeah, and
So-
so,
You'd walk here and then go
Right
up.
there.
Yeah,
so if we're staying just on that south landscaped area, what is the plan for keeping people off that rain garden? If you do have the bench there, it might be tricky. Maybe that's not a great bench opportunity just because you want to
Sure,
protect that
right,
area, not
right.
fence it off or something.
Wasn't that path pretty wide between the number 5 and the bench? Just scale wise, it looks like it's.
yeah, it's about 8 feet.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and it's gravel or something?
yeah, yep, yes, it's
Okay,
gravel.
that
Yeah,
makes sense.
Okay, let's, if we could, I think one of the, before we get off the landscaping and outdoor public space, one of the things that I noticed when I was out there, is, and which I've kind of mentioned, is how mature the trees are. And I'm hoping that you're actually not removing any of those big trees, because those are so valuable to the whole campus. Can you
Agreed.
talk a little bit about whether or not any of them are being removed?
Sure, yeah, and I don't think I have the plan with me, but there are a few that we need to remove, and we're gonna replace them in kind in terms of caliper size. But this design was, takes into consideration minimizing the amount of any trees removed to the extent possible. So our landscape architect, Norris Design, did an inventory, and I don't remember the exact number, but it's fairly minimal. We have a few that we're going to remove on the south end, and we're going to obviously replace them. And in fact, we're going to add a lot more trees along between the two buildings as well as along the north.
Okay. Anything else about the landscaping or outdoor space before we move on? So the other two items I have are the mechanical screen and the character and massing, if we want to talk about that. There is one thing I'd like to talk about there, but should we talk about the mechanical screen first? Matthew, I think that was.
It was me, and I think in an effort just to keep the meeting to to our 2 hours, and knowing that we have another project to review,
Right.
It's a necessary evil. I get it. It is just massive, and so if some attention can be paid to it, as I mean, it is an element in itself. Like, it just is unavoidable, and it is huge. It's really spans a good portion of that roof. So just in detailing and care that's taken, I just don't want to see that as just a massive afterthought, or just I think it needs to be treated as an architectural element, because it is so big.
And Brendan, this is Eric with Task PM again. I just want to make a note that it hasn't been touched on, is that this building is planned to be all electric. And so the reason for some of the size and scale of that is due to the air heat pumps that are going up on the roof, and trying to, manage our energy efficiencies in that manner. So this is one of the first all electric life science buildings being built in Colorado.
And I know that a lot of those units can be really tall, so I appreciate the height in the screen. I can't remember what the height was, but it was 10 feet or something.
They're tall.
It's tall. So I mean, I appreciate, I'd rather see this screen than those units. But I do think it just needs the same, it needs a level of attention and detailing, and that we see in the rest of the building, which I think is great.
Yeah, and along those lines too, I don't know, maybe you can cut a section. I mean, the angle from standing on the street or even driving, I'm not sure that the top of the screen has to be parallel with the top of the equipment to screen it. Maybe you can really dial it in and it's like a foot lower. You'll never see the equipment, even though, like I said, in section, the equipment's higher than the screen. You might look at that, because even if you're able to scrape a foot off or something, I think it would help. I don't know how the city would react to that, but I think if you showed a diagram and said, hey, look, the view, you can't see the equipment, it's screened.
Yeah.
It's slightly higher.
Yeah, I think that's one of the challenges. I know in Denver, the zoning kind of gives you very specific calculation that's based off of right of way. I think here in Boulder, I think it's they don't consider it that way. They consider it more horizontal. So that is, we do agree with you that reducing the height of the screen would be great, but we're challenged by the the horizontal calculation that you have to screen straight, right?
Well, maybe push back on that and show a section, say, hey, you know, the spirit of the law is there.
Yeah.
And, you know, we could take a foot off and then let them.
Okay, so we do need to move on, just for the sake of time. I have a mass and scale question, mostly for DAB members, but can you go to a sort of a plan view of the building that sort of shows the two structures and the separation between them? Yeah. Okay. So the building on the left, when I drove out there today and I kind of drove on the interior, the road on the interior, and then the Pearl Street, East Pearl. And there's some interesting curves that you go around on both the interior and also out on Pearl Street. And what it made me think of is that I would the building footprint that's square, I think would be cool if it was circular. Because I just think there's too many squares and rectangles out there, and I think with the same treatment of the building as with the two buildings sort of looking the same but being sort of juxtaposed, that this one, the square on the left would be better if it was a circular sort of structure.
Are you saying like do something like that, or what do you
I'm saying like
think you can?
yeah, the thing is round, basically. So I know that's a bold sort of statement about how this could be designed in a way where it's still is consistent with all of the other features, but has this sort of round quality to it that sort of picks up on those curves out there on this not only the sidewalk but the roads as you sort of wind your way through this campus. Anyway.
Todd, that was very bold.
Yes.
I hear what you're saying, and I just wonder if maybe there was opportunity on a different building. I think I kind of like the I like the angles of it. I mean, it's not perfectly orthogonal. I like how, you know, the west leg of it kind of kicks up a little bit.
I do too, but that's actually what made me think of it. Like, wouldn't that be cool if that was a circular building?
No, from my point of view, you know, taking a purely practical point of view, is that the program and the fit out of a medical building like this, you know, I feel like the footprint has to serve the program as much as it has to serve the site context.
Mm-hmm.
And to think of having a life sciences building with a certain inability or inefficiency of equipping a circular footprint, you know, in my mind would make it a non-starter.
Yeah, like it would have been a cool yoga studio, maybe.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think serving the ultimate function of the building, you know, I'm certain that you couldn't give up the efficiency of this footprint and the amount of desk and lab space and whatnot. You probably couldn't sacrifice that for a formal move for the massing. I mean, that I'm speaking, just my own perspective there, but I'm not knowing anything really about the program, but that's my thought on that.
I tend to agree too, Matt. And at this stage in the game too, it'd be tough to, you're talking about a major redesign. Maybe you could look at the screening. I was just thinking, I guess that dashed line is the screen. Is this the roof?
No, let me go to the roof plan.
Because you might be able to look at something like easing these edges or something up here,
Mhm.
a la Corbusier, that. Again, it's one of those things you just try it, like nope, or yeah, maybe, I don't know. That might be an easy way to get something like that in, but it might soften the blow of the mass of that upper screen.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
It's an interesting idea. We could explore it at the roof screen.
Yeah.
What actually made me think of it as a building that I'm familiar with in Asheville, North Carolina, and I started looking at sort of Art Deco stuff, and then I came across the Royal Albert Hall in London. And then I was also thinking about kind of the juxtaposition of buildings on the Christian Science Center campus in Boston, where I used to live, and I figured these guys are probably pretty familiar with that. So I was just trying to think of how you could sort of break up the mass of the buildings out there and throw in something that you could fit in there. But I know it's, sort of out in left field. So, and I don't have to worry about the programmatic stuff. So I take you guys at, your expertise on that. So just thought I'd throw it out, but we should probably move on for the sake of time, but I wanted to bring it up anyway. So but let me summarize where I think we are now and see if there's anything else we need to talk about, because we need to move on to the other project while we've still got the planning staff on board. So I've got kind of 4 things that it looked like we were talking about. We talked about the windows, and the notes that I have here is that the windows are kind of missing a human scale. There needs to be a horizontal element. There needs to be a transition between the wraparound windows and the sort of the 2-bay and 6-bay windows. And I think that covers sort of the summary and recommendations of the discussion around the windows. There was discussion around about the brick color and size. I think there wasn't a consensus on that, so I don't know that we have a recommendation on the bricks. I think we'll have to let that one go unless you want to come back to it. In terms of the outdoor space, more public spaces, if it's possible, associated with the sort of exterior of the 2 buildings. And then finally, consider the mechanical screen as an architectural feature and see if there's something you can do to scale that down a bit so that it's not as prominent on the top of the building. Is there anything I missed?
No, that sounds like it.
No, I
That
mean,
sounds like it.
if we wanted to include the conversation about the brick color, I just think, final brick selection, just attention needs to be paid to, I don't know, maybe you can help me wordsmith that, but I think attention just needs to be paid to the color of the brick, so that it integrates, but yet it sets itself apart maybe from all the other brick and boulder.
Yeah, a little bit of contrast. It could be nice. And like I said, maybe look at the Norman or the Roman brick, look some wider.
And explore a different brick dimension.
And explore different brick dimensions. Okay, so that's okay, I've got that then. Okay, if there's nothing else that we need to cover on this project, we will let you guys go and thank you for your time and wish you luck with this project. And this was an interesting project for us to look at, and so we're looking forward to seeing how it evolves, shapes up.
Thank you, Todd. Appreciate everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Okay. So is there any, I guess we need to start off with any public participation on the 2206 Pearl Street project?
After their presentation, Todd?
Yes. Oh, after the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Let's let's keep that in the right order then. So Chandler, do you want to give us a brief intro on 2206?
Sure. So 2206 Pearl, this one is in for site and use review. They're also kind of mid-review process. They've been through 2 rounds of comments. The proposal is to redevelop the site at 2206 Pearl with 45 efficiency living units at mixed-use building. So there would be ground floor restaurant and I believe some retail space, may just be restaurant cafe space. I'll let the applicant specify what their plans are for the commercial portion of the building. Yeah, reduced parking. It's kind of geared towards, auto-free living. A lot of very progressive TDM strategies included with the 60% parking reduction request. All of the units are quite small in size, I think about 300 square feet. And this one will require a planning board decision because of the efficiency living units. So it is a staff recommendation and planning board decision as opposed to the last one, which was a staff level decision subject to call up.
Okay.
Oh.
So let's have a presentation by the applicant, and then we'll do the public participation if anybody's wants to talk about it. So applicant presentation.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lee Payne. I am the Director of Architecture here at DTJ Design in Boulder. I have 2 other architects here with me as well. And introduce yourself, Joe.
Sure. I'm Joseph Sammartino, Senior Architect and Associate here at DTJ.
I'm Victoria Blaker and I'm a designer here at DTJ.
Can we all hear these guys? I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing.
Good.
They're good? Okay.
All right.
Given the length of the last review and presentation, I will do my best to be brief. That chewed up about 75% of our 2-hour allotment here. So I'm likely to skip over some details. I'm happy to answer any of those. Obviously, our submittal was pretty robust. Hopefully it contained a lot of information that might allow the Q&A to be a bit more brief. Oh, go ahead. Thank you. Can everyone see our screen? There should be a rendering on the front with a gray background.
Yep.
Great. What I do want to focus on is the context and design inspiration and vision goals for the project, and maybe skip over a lot of the metrics of units and parking. I do want to mention to Dab that we had our TAB hearing on Monday and got a pretty unanimous support for our parking management plan and parking study. That's been a pretty contentious part of the project, but due to the data and our plan, it was pretty well supported by TAB. So I will focus on the outside of the building. Kalani, you raised your hand.
Yes, I just wanted to let you know that the density, parking, your transportation, that's all a discussion that'll happen at planning board. Dad's purview is strictly architecture and kind of the functional or programmatic elements of the architecture and how that transmits to the expression of the building.
Thank you. So we have some sustainability goals I want to go through for the project. I'm just going to start a timer here for myself too, to try to see if I can cut into the 10 minutes. It's an all-electric building with on-site renewables. We're targeting a net zero embodied carbon selection for the materials. Our design is highly based in the context of the neighborhood. It's also focused on car-free living and walkability to proximity of the resident needs and downtown employment. And then obviously a high focus on continuing the Pearl Street context. I will skip over a lot of the project information here. Suffice it to say, we are exceeding the open space requirements. There's on-site resident amenities, the retail along Pearl's accommodation of soft good retail, as well as cafe restaurant space. At least that's our initial target right now. And there's a high concentration of bicycle parking to the tune of 98 spaces. As I mentioned, we based our design in the context of the neighborhood. It's our opinion that there's a high quality of materials in the neighborhood. There's a nice rhythmic repetition, both from ground to sky and also elevated of units demarcating living. Great use of different building materials and more of a transparent application like you might see in this lower right-hand corner, the wood up above. Obviously the brick and mortar retail with high expanses of glass. The neighborhood we also think is has quite an eclectic collection of roof forms, both gables, high pitch, low pitch, flat roofs, even tipped roofs. We actually like that versus everything kind of being the same. This is our site plan and first floor plan. The site is surrounded by a good deal of green space, resident amenity space on the right. North of that is short-term bike parking for retail users and guests. A water quality element on the west side of the street that effectively serves as a front yard for our units on 22nd Street. Streetscape standards along Pearl, including seating, and then a public plaza here that's associated with a commercial use. For elevated uses are collections of single and double loaded units, all around an elevated outdoor resident amenity space that faces southwest towards the view of the sun. Here's our community amenity space. The third level is elevated circulation to the units, proposed resident storage lockers, and then a potential community gardens right here, also facing south and west. There will be a rooftop array. We are in the process of determining exactly how that's engineered and different roof penetrations will affect that. But our intent right now is to not have any rooftop mounted mechanical devices. Those are intended to be in the garage. Of course, there'll be various roof penetrations associated with plumbing, piping, and exhaust, but those are in process of being developed. In lieu of going through the context model that we built or the individual two-dimensional drawings of the project, I think I'm going to turn it over to Tori now and allow her to show our three-dimensional model, just in the interest of trying to be succinct here. So let's try to do that in about 5 minutes. We've gone about 3 so far. There we go. So this is the northwest corner of the site. Focusing in on that public plaza, you can see the outdoor resident deck and amenity spaces up above. We are demarking the resident entrance with a kind of filigree of open brick patterning right near the resident entrance. So though that's close to the Pearl Street Pearl Street edge, it is going to have kind of a different feel and flavor. And then that design idea permeates the railings that you see at the third level and other parts of the project. The Pearl Street edge is relatively predictable, rhythmic bays of structure, large glass expanses, all in this typical kind of Pearl Street scale. Our exact signage placement and whatnot is all still in process. You can see that kind of rhythmic patterning of the units that are up above, including privacy dividers between each of the units. We'll look at the 22nd Street side now.
Okay.
Again, there's that Pearl Street streetscape context, our water quality element there along 22nd Street, along with entrances into individual units. Above them is that outdoor amenity space, and then you can see residents standing in the potential community garden space. The kind of chimney-like element that you see there is a brick veneered elevator overrun. Maybe take a look down the alley. Our parking and some ground-mounted mechanical elements are over here in the southeast corner of the site. There's a two-way entrance into the garage, but that is all separated from the adjacent right-of-ways with architecture. You can see 2 floors of residence above there. And then just to kind of give you a flavor of what's going on at the elevated spaces, we'll pivot up and look down into our resident amenity area, which will have potential wellness zones, seating, areas for gathering, areas for passive kind of exercise, a climbing wall that shades the west facing units there. All of these, it's meant to have kind of evoke sort of the character of connectivity, both from people that are in a more of a public setting and also in their units. I think I'll stop there and open it up to any questions or whatever our next process will be. And like I said, as questions come up, we're happy to navigate around the model here.
Okay, thanks for that presentation. That was very helpful. Are there, excuse me. Is there any public involvement at this point on this project?
Lynn Siegel.
Lynn, okay.
I just need to see if Amanda can.
Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna promote her right now. All right, Lynn, you should be able to unmute and you have 3 minutes again.
I just wasn't, I was going to testify on the behalf that I don't believe that anyone should have 300 square feet units in Boulder. I think anything should be at least 500 because people do have stuff. And even if they're efficiently moving around, you know, in town with bikes and without cars, they are going to be using a lot of Ubers to go out to a storage locker. And the price is very high, even though it's 80 to 120% of AMI, it's $1,700 to $2,600 a month, and there is no deed restriction. So after the first people are in there, it could be any amount. And but unfortunately, this is what I saw at planning board. What I see here is just actually physically, I hate to say this, but I don't like the appearance of this thing. And I wish I were an architect. I'm an ultrasound technologist, but I do not like the physical appearance, honestly, aside from my opposition to the project in more general ways. And my proposition is not to get rid of efficiency units, but to change them into communal spaces where people would get subsidies for having, you know, 2 refrigerators and bigger communal space. But that's aside from what you have to deal with here. I think part of that might be approached because when you're trying to fit a lot into a small space, you kind of take away from the aesthetics, I think. You know, this was evidenced at the Millennium yesterday. It's just part of the constraints that as an architect you're working with. And that might be happening here, but I don't like the boxiness of the roof line on the top level. The colors are dark, the plainness, you know, I wish I could say fenestrations and mullions and things like, you know, Brendan was speaking of, but there seems to be something lacking as to the physical appearance to me, just from an average consumer of visual arts. And I hate to say that because I'm sure people have put a lot of their heart into this design, but I don't think it makes it for me. It just doesn't. I wish I could be more specific. You can call me 24/7, 303-447-3216. But it's not in my taste realm.
Okay,
Thank you, Lynn.
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, so let's get into the discussion, but I'd like to try to see if we can maybe put some time limits on the discussion so we can make sure we have enough time to cover all the topics. So what I'd kind of like to do is ask you, when you're giving your sort of positive statement about the project, to also tell me the main topics you'd like to talk about in the discussion, if we could do it that way.
Yeah,
That
Todd,
makes sense.
I was
Go
gonna,
ahead,
in the
Steve.
interest of time, maybe we each get like whatever it is, 3 or 4 minutes and just run through it, because I have a whole bunch of comments I could just run through, right? You know, I'm afraid if we break it all out, it might take more time, but that's just a suggestion. I don't mind.
You want to run through it by individual rather than topic?
Yeah, just give us each 3 or 4 minutes to, you know.
Well, at the end, we want to get to some recommendations. So
Right.
we could try it that way, but I think if we go by topic, we can get a recommendation at the end of the topic, hopefully. If we can put a timer on those.
And that's, Amanda may be able to put up a clock, just letting us know how much time is being spent on a topic, if that's helpful for folks. Once we get the list of those together.
So
normally we come in with a set of topics or
yeah,
areas of attention, but these particular projects were referred without
without specific questions.
without
So if I could ask the DAB members quickly, if you could just name the topics that you want to talk about, that you think we need to address as a group. Just the topic. So
A quick positive comment first. To start, it's just nice to start the conversation in a, you know,
okay.
positive manner and then dig into the nitty gritty.
Okay. Go ahead, Brendan.
Okay. Yeah, I think overall, I like the design of this building. I like the, you know, the material transitions I think are great. I think that like the setback and the step back and the massing really works, and the material changes that happen in that process. And I also really like this perforated material that is throughout, and I think it's really fun to see it in the brick and in the metal and then in the balcony railings and in the entry doors and gates. And it's sort of a whimsical, fun detail, and it's modern, and you know, but I do like seeing it, and I think it's carried through pretty well. And I like, again, going along with just sort of the general massing and stepping back of the masses. I think the roof lines I like them. I think they work.
Thank you.
So
We had
what do we
fun.
need, what do we need to talk about?
Oh, you and do both. Okay. I think that the thing that I guess the topics that I would really like to talk about would be the commercial space on Pearl Street, the depth of that and the programming of that. I'd like to also talk about the cantilevered portion of the building on the alley side. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Oh, one more thing, sorry.
Yeah.
I would like to talk about the material palette. Colors.
All right. Okay, Stephen.
Yeah, well, first of all, I really like the program element. I think micro units are great and we need more of them in Boulder. I think that's awesome. I also like the perforations. I think those are some really great opportunities, and you know, I think there's some other opportunities to take that even further. I like how it addresses the corner, and it's sort of a continuation of some of the other things that are happening on Pearl Street in that area. I like your brick selection. And what I'd like to talk about is some fenestration, you know, kind of window fenestration, things that we could tweak. Railings and kind of, I guess it's more like mass and scale issues. And I think the kind of the bump out on the second floor along, you know, this view that we're looking at right now, kind of that element.
The bump out on the second floor?
The second and third floor there, you know, sort of that mass.
Okay.
And how that relates to the commercial on the ground.
How it relates to the commercial. Okay. All right, thanks. Matthew.
Yeah, I think probably some of my topics will be similar to what Stephen outlined. I mean, overall, I think the program, it feels very community oriented, and I think some of the features slash amenities that are oriented towards that kind of shared living space are unique and nice opportunities. And it feels like there's ample space provided for that, which is always appreciated. In terms of topics, I too want to talk about the kind of variety and flavor of the fenestration. And then I think probably most importantly for me, I feel like the massing, the general massing is a bit hard to kind of take. Each four sides has a very unique massing. And so I just want to talk to the applicant a little bit about what is driving some of the ins and outs, the double height brick space that we see in this view, for example. Anyway, that's it in a nutshell. We can talk more.
Okay. All right. So I think what I really like about this building and the design is the common space on the second and third floor. I think that's a really good use of the space given the size of the units. I'm really curious about the shared kitchen and how that functions as a kind of a programmatic thing. given the size of the units. But overall, I think the design is really sort of interesting and kind of unique for that particular area. What I would like to talk about, I think you guys have covered. But primarily, I think the thing that I want to talk about is the north-facing part of the building that's really on Pearl Street, the whole sort of Pearl Street look, because it's very different from the other sides, but Pearl Street is particularly, I guess, interesting to me. So hopefully we'll get a chance to talk as we go along. Okay, so that's very helpful. Let's jump to, if you guys don't mind, what I would like to do is to start with the commercial space and the depth and the programmatic issues. And there's a question on whether or not we should put a timer on these things. We have about, it looks like we have 7, 8, 9 topics. There's some overlap there. You want to try to put a timer on each of the topics to see if we can get through this thing relatively quickly.
And we
So-
have a countdown. I'm sorry, Amanda, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say the same thing, Kalani. My apologies, I don't have a timer that counts up. I have a countdown timer that counts backward from 5 minutes and 3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that's distracting to you all.
Yeah.
Well,
Do you want to try the 5-minute one and we can reset it? And then for next meeting, we can work on just getting a general timer that's out there that you can see, especially when you have 10 topics on a design. That might give you a sense of.
yeah, let's see if, I'm not sure if 5 minutes is enough, but let's start with 5 minutes and see how far we get.
Okay, I'll
So
put it up.
commercial space, the question that Brendan is going to ask or has asked, do you want to clarify that question, Brendan?
Yeah, and maybe we could swing around and actually look at the east view, east elevation.
The east side looking west.
Yes.
Mhm. Would it help if I bring up the floor plan and kind of talk about depths and potential uses, or are you focused primarily on 3 dimensions here?
Well, just to, I guess, or in the packet, your elevation 2, A201. Or just like a straight on shot of this east facade. If we're in 3D already.
East was up.
Yes. And I, Todd, I'm sorry, I'm gonna combine my two.
Okay.
2 points. I'm very concerned about the depth of that retail space in the front. And I am sure along the way that a decision was made, because on the east elevation, in our packet, there's like an additional screen balcony that's cantilevered off this cantilever off the, it's like this thing that's gonna topple over onto the alley on the south side of the building, that south cantilevered piece, the wood. It looks like maybe those, oh, no, there they are. That I'm sure that, along the way that there was a reason why you couldn't pull that parking out to the alley, out to the property line. But then I think because of that the depth of that retail space has really suffered. Maybe now we could look at a plan. The first floor plan.
It's 20 feet deep. A good deal of this is driven by what we're striving for the parking. That's a minimum code requirement from the city of 20 feet. You're correct in saying that we cannot push the parking closer towards the alley due to the programmatic elements there. So increasing the commercial depth would likely come at the sacrifice of parking.
Right, and I mean, I'm not on the transportation board or, you know, the parking, I just, to me, that the only thing that could really fit in that commercial space would be retail or potentially like a coffee shop. But there are a lot of coffee shops in that part of Pearl Street. And it's just concerning to me that if it's intended to be a kitchen, that, you know, where's the kitchen going to go? It seems to me that you're going to have to put a lot of the back of house programming of that kitchen on the Pearl Street facade. That some of that is going to have to go in the storefront. And so that it's just concerning to me to think that I mean, I could be convinced if I saw a test fit of a kitchen fitting in that to serve a restaurant. But I don't, to me, the parking, you know, having the handicap or the accessible parking space at the cost of not being able to have a restaurant there, because I think a restaurant would be fantastic in that spot. There's a lot of residents in that very confined footprint of a building. And I think they need some type of a restaurant gathering amenity. I'm just very concerned that a restaurant is just not going to fit in that.
I think you're right. My suspicion is that, as identified in our travel plan, we're targeting a 700 square foot type of use for something like that. That would be an extremely small restaurant. So I think of anything that was going to have a food service use, it's likely to be much, much lighter duty. I don't know if that means coffee, but I think a full-fledged restaurant is not our current thinking, but you know, obviously any kind of options are there. I will say that the retailers themselves are probably able to sniff that out sooner than us. They're not going to want to rent a space that doesn't work either. So those uses are, you know, what we're considering. It may end up being one entire use as well. There may just be one retailer there.
The depth of the commercial retail space is specifically allocated per code, the planning code for if we exceeded 20 feet in depth, we would then, anything beyond that would then have to be calculated in our parking requirements. And so we are meeting that specific minimum to keep the in spirit of the mixed use requirement.
And I hear you, and I'm sensitive to that. It's frustrating to see, you know, to see potential for a space here without and having a vibrant and lively Pearl Street facade is sort of being sacrificed it's always being sacrificed for the parking. And it's sad.
Well,
What's-
it sounds like there's some agreement around this constraint. Is there any, Brendan, do you have any recommendation about this particular topic?
I mean, I just want to be realistic that it is potentially, it's not going to be a full service restaurant.
What's happening right here? What's all that?
That's our fire command room, a package room, a secure package room for the residents, and our hot water devices for the residential units.
It would seem to me if you could move that, I mean, maybe the long-term bike parking could come out here. You could reconfigure that and try to get that service stuff over here, because that would really at least make this corner commercial more viable. You know, that's sort of prime real estate that you're giving to, you know, functional stuff that, God, if you could get it somewhere else.
Agreed. Then you could put back of house or some kind of I mean, you could use that space for the retail. Or does it, or now you have to have another parking spot? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah,
Oh, if you end up, yeah,
yeah, if we add square footage that, but I
Right.
mean, maybe that's a variance we could pursue. I think that's an interesting idea to move the long-term bike parking. We would still want that to be secure. That'd be a high theft target
sure,
area. That's also likely where we'll have, as Tab suggested, charging for the long-term bike parking. So we really like that being inside the secure enclosure, but you know, there's a lot of things that are on the table. We're still working out where all the mechanical elements are going to be in the garage. This is not representative of that. It's quite a challenge to do
right.
a roof design without rooftop mechanical. That's the easy out. We took the hard way, unfortunately. So we're trying to find each of those a home, but that's a good idea.
Well,
Yeah,
and
I mean,
let's hope that the governor's legislation happens next year and we get rid of parking altogether, and then you can just do this. Which is what you need.
We could get more units then.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
can you-
I understand the constraints. It would be nice, maybe even for planning staff and planning board to take another look at how important those, how, you know, we're balancing the need for this parking versus the potential viability of a retail space in that spot, which it needs to be viable.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's reasonable to make sure that we're at least giving not only a square footage or depth, but also just a general proportion of setting these up for success. I think that's a totally reasonable request. DTJ's done tons of restaurants. We did all of Frank Dave's stuff back in the day here in Boulder and in other places, Rock Bottoms and Old Chicago's and whatnot. I don't think that's more of a destination restaurant without parking. Those are probably set up for failure anyway. But I do think that we could do some sketches to kind of get this thing to scale with Entourage. I think that would help understand, even though those are not likely to be part of the design, at least it would kind of prove out this is the way it's going to live.
Right. Makes
So the
sense.
suggestion here then is to take another look at balancing parking with the viability of retail. But that's a suggestion for, it sounds like the planning board and not, right? Am I,
Could I chime in real quick? It's Ross Holbrook, with
Yeah.
Stoke Investment Group. We represent the owner, or we are the owner. One other consideration with expanding the commercial space that we've run into is that it will take away from the units and from an FAR perspective. So not only does it kind of exacerbate the parking requirements, but it also would take away probably a unit or two as well. So just something that we considered heavily.
now
I
is
mean,
that,
another suggestion would be that, you know, you see a lot of shotgun restaurants, a lot of narrow restaurants where you could put a kitchen back in the back of house. I know it would, again, we're talking about flipping this program pretty heavily on this first floor. But if you're not interested in increasing the depth of it, you know, it's just a lot of fenestration that are the constraints. So if you made it more of a shotgun design where you're keeping the exact same square footage, or and somehow we're able to take some of the square footage along Pearl Street and translate it into more of a back of house area, like on the east or south, and then if you're able to move I don't know, some of that lobby or circulation space or some of the lobby entry space into that corner where the commercial was, and give up some of that to the retail.
You know where they've done that exact concept is like in downtown Denver on Wine Coop. No, it's Wazee and what is that? 19th, Wazee and 19th, Kachina. There's windows there, and they're at basically there's an open kitchen that you can view into. The kitchen's right there on the street and countertop height at the window. So,
Well, I do want to just reiterate, our project is going to be submitted as that as gray shell space. It's not the TI is not part of this project. So this is all an academic discussion based on the way that the owner wants to set up the project for it. Our project is proposing that as just TI right now. I think this is great input. I just want to emphasize our direction right now is
Yeah,
that
of
that's
course.
not fitted out as part of this project yet.
Yeah, the other, along those same lines, what you guys were thinking, I mean, this area here, again, is. You've got the prime real estate for circulation and for mechanical, but this could be a corner commercial situation.
Mhm.
There's nothing to say you can't have residential units on Pearl Street. So I would like to see this really maximize this corner.
But Stephen, to jump in, sorry,
Yeah.
we actually had residential units on Pearl, and unfortunately the code requires commercial. I think it's 70% of the facade. And they did
70%
not, they did not allow us to have residential units on Pearl.
At all.
Correct. Our initial concept actually had like 900 square feet of commercial on Pearl, the rest were units.
Hmm.
And so.
And on top of that, even if it was more allowed, I don't think that's a very great place to live either. You're kind of on display. But I think this is a good idea to maybe sort of enhance this corner in ways that certainly warrants further
Yeah.
study. I will say we're trying to emphasize resident and pedestrian connectivity to the building in this corner. That's the kind of intent of having so much space dedicated for that. We want to celebrate the arrival of guests and the departure of residents from this versus having them leave through a side door in the alley. That's an intentional thing to focus on the Pearl Street connection and employment opportunities towards the west. That was our design decision, and probably why you're seeing a good collection of that space is that we're trying to celebrate the movement of people through the building and encourage them to use the stairs instead of taking the elevator, really celebrate a place for other guests to come, because you can see with this amount of social space, where our hope is that there'll be a lot of visitors here, and this is not simply you just exiting your unit to go to your car.
Right.
I think why I bring this up and why I'm sort of passionate about it is you walk down Boulder Junction Phase 1 right now, and it is, they have been required to have ground floor retail, and it is space after space after space that is unoccupied, not rentable. I just am hoping to set this retail space up for better success than that. I mean, I know it's Pearl Street, so that gives it a little more appeal, but it just needs to be a rentable commercial space. I would hate to see it be just, dark.
Yeah, we would too.
So let me see if I can summarize where we are on this, so we can kind of move on. So I did write down that we're talking about taking another look at balancing parking, housing, and the viability of retail. So we talked about both exploring different options for parking, maybe reducing. We talked about possibly reducing the number of units, and with the goal of trying to enhance the viability of retail space. So we didn't come up with any specific recommendations, but we're recommending that they take another look at that. And then the other one was that I heard was explore enhancing the corner more commercially. So
Yeah, and I think it's really this, like, I could see swapping this, I mean, we haven't talked about the facade, but it almost needs some relief on that Pearl Street side, that swap there would help that.
So
Right.
you're talking about, you guys are talking about this northwest corner, right? Because that's really the entrance, and that's where the commercial enhancement would be probably the most productive.
That's what I think, yeah,
Okay,
without adding any more square footage.
right. So there are obviously constraints and trade-offs, but what we're trying to get the applicant and also the planning board to focus on is the need to enhance the viability of the retail space, of the commercial sort of aspect of this. And so if the planning board is willing to help make those trade-offs, then we're sort of encouraging that.
Yeah,
If I can put words in your mouths.
yeah.
Yeah,
And you know, you probably gotta look at some rough layouts of that commercial, I mean, bathrooms, right? I mean, where are they gonna go?
right. So Matthew, do you have anything you want to add to this?
I do. I mean, I think, we've all recognized that that there are some land use code restraints that have partially created this situation. I want to put a little weight in and emphasis on something Steven said, which is I do think that the water entry room, there are some functions that are tucked in that northwest corner that are essential to multifamily in terms of package reception and whatnot that I don't think should move. However, I'm curious, and maybe just to throw it out there as a consideration, the residential entrance is due west right into parking, basically. Whereas you have the diagonal connection to the corner, which is really the most pronounced kind of entry. So my question is why wouldn't you consider having the lobby entrance on the north wall of that corner? Because that kind of grand plaza directs you right into a dead corner with a water control, a fire control room, or water entry room, excuse me. So it just seems to me like the residential lobby suffers a little bit from not having its access in the corner where the kind of main approach from the sidewalk is directing you. The other thing is, because there's some mechanical and utility functions there blocking it, I think those, if they could move somewhere else, that would make a lot of sense. So that's my only observation. And I know that has some effects of how the massing and the fenestration and the brickwork is done outside, which we can talk about when we do the massing. But I think it'd be worth considering or reorienting the entrance to the lobby more facing Pearl Street and taking advantage of that plaza approach.
If I may, I could respond to that. We did look at that. We got input from staff when in concept design that there was an important distinction that needed to be made between public and private. And I think there's a lot of validity to that comment. We want to discourage people from feeling like they're, I guess, entitled to visit this very voluptuous roof deck, and maybe somebody leaves the door open ajar and they sneak away from the table and run up there. That creates safety concerns, and it's also not part of the public use. I think it also allows us to maximize that public plaza with seating, whereas preserving circulation through it would kind of diminish the amount of outdoor tabletops.
Sure. Yeah, I think just visually looking at this bird's eye view, plan view, it may be the fact that that diagonal path is so broad and cuts through, and even landscape features divide to allow that.
Mm-hmm.
If it were more of a seating function and less of directing people from the curb cut, directly into that space, I mean, maybe there's a different landscape feature there that helps differentiate the sitting area and the entrance. Because right now it kind of looks like you are directed into the corner.
Yeah.
You walk around that little landscape element and then into the door.
Yeah.
But you know, this is kind of trivial feedback on that, but that's my only other comment, Todd, on this.
Okay,
On this
great.
area.
So if we could move on then to another, Brendan, did we cover the cantilevered portion on the alley, or is that still kind of up in the air?
I mean, I just visually and massing, I just have issue with it.
Yeah, if we move to that topic, I have, my comments are really in that vein too, Brendan.
Okay,
So if
Like-
that's a logical place for us to move now.
all right, let's go there then.
I mean, I think that it doesn't, and the fact that it's a cantilever on a cantilever makes me very uncomfortable. That there's no structure beneath it. Either the balconies or the living area, and then it just creates kind of I mean, that's an alley. It creates kind of a dark, covered, very shadowed alley space. I'm having a hard time with it.
Brendan, if I'm not interrupting you while you collect your thoughts on it, my observation with the massing, and it's part of it's a question for the applicant, but and maybe I'll start with the question. Am I understanding there's no interior circulation, that all of these units, every unit is reached by going to an exterior patio route to an exterior door?
Yes.
Is it FAR or another reason that prompted that decision not to have interior circulation?
It was a combination of things. I think with micro units like this, having doors so close together in an enclosed hallway would not be a very good experience.
Mm-hmm.
Additionally, it allows residents to be connected to that social space and the sun in the south, which is I think a far better experience than walking down a bad 4'6" wide hallway.
Yeah.
Those exterior elements are covered to provide weather protection, both from rain and snow. And then of course, our client's gonna have a maintenance program to make sure that they're clear for resident access.
Yeah.
So it's really about the philosophical experience of being able to be connected to the sun in the social spaces, unless an FAR decision. There's other ways to overcome that.
Yeah. Okay. Could you tilt it to just a little bit of like an Exxon, so we can look, down on the roof situation and the things that I'm getting to my point here, and that's, I do appreciate the kind of massing where it's aggregated parts, and that's what I would describe this as. You have the base element, you have the residential units, which are modules that are situated on that base. And I appreciate that. I think for me, though, it's still all a bit incongruous. So part of that has to do with the shed roof. So as I kind of formulate my idea here, what I think I'm kind of objecting to or asking about, objecting is too strong a word, but the three modules that are the residential modules of the second and third floor, they do feel like they're kind of stacked and tacked on, and they don't feel congruous with the total language of the building. I wonder if they were all under, at least connected by a roof system that wasn't canting off in several different directions. And I do think there are a lot of kind of awkward roof overhangs at the junction of the three modules. I wonder if kind of cleaning up that roofscape, pulling these three modules into something that's more of a massing might not help the overall massing. Because when I look at all four elevations, and I know that's not really a fair way to look at the project, but there are a lot of holes and gaps and recesses, and that make it a little bit hard to read exactly what is going on with the massing. I don't know if any of that resonates. Maybe it's all more complicated than I'm making it out. But my recommendation, if I had to sum it up, would be to re-examine the roof profiles, because I don't think these shed roofs are helping what is already an aggregate of different modules. And I do think the roof, something with tying it together, at least at the top, would help kind of organize the massing.
Yeah, and if I can, Matt, if I can come in there, I agree, I mean, when I look at this and I'm like, wait, these are probably like 212 or I don't know. So you got a membrane roof anyways. I mean, what advantage are you getting from the shed? But maybe there's a hybrid where you're bringing up, parapet wall here and the sheds are ending. So you're getting more of the mass of the sort of orthogonal mass coming through. So it make it a little more congruous, like you're talking about. I don't know if that makes sense when I'm saying like a parapet sidewall, not have all four sides be, an overhang. It makes sense on the walkways, right? Because you're trying to cover them and cover the.
I think a flat roof system or something that overhangs and provides that outdoor circulation, which is, I think the minimum the project has to do to protect people's doorways and walking surfaces, since they're all exterior.
Right.
That roof on Pearl Street is actually shedding water down into the courtyard and onto a big roof deck system that has to manage water anyway. So I don't want to belabor my point. I think I've tried to describe what I'm feeling. I think those roof junctions and perhaps the shed roof, maybe looking at an alternative to that as a whole could be an option.
Yeah, especially on the Pearl Street side, because you could.
Yeah, I think this view, Stephen, is like when I'm seeing shed roof, there's a lot of flat roof. There's just a lot of competing kind of language there that makes it feel incongruous to me.
I think that's really good dialogue, and I thought it would just be worthwhile sharing our design philosophy. I think these are just decisions.
Please do, yeah.
Yeah, of course. I don't.
I hate to come across as like, ripping in the project, because I know you guys, I know these things don't come out of thin air. There's some thought that goes behind it. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that. I actually don't find what you said objectionable at all. I hope you don't find my reasoning different at all. I think the tip of the roofs help with the solar access. We want to keep the solar panels low profile. Is it the maximum solar angle? Obviously not, but it does help with water management. You are identifying water flow for the project. We've already strategized ways to capture that water and direct it to our water quality device. So those are definitely things we're thinking about. But the design philosophy was this: stuff that has parapets on it feels far more urban, and our context is residential. And that was our design cue for keeping large extended overhangs to make it really feel sheltered and like you're underneath the eave of a roof, versus against something that's 3 or 4 stories solid that has a parapet. That's just a design philosophy. We tilted towards something that had a residential feel instead of something that felt urban. Down at the urban edges, obviously you're seeing the brick parapets show up, and that's where that cue happens again. So we wanted it to feel like a home. We wanted it to feel like it had relationship to the structures of the neighborhood that have roofs and not square boxes at the top. I actually don't disagree with you about trying to create a little bit better harmony between the buildings. Again, it was a design philosophy. We're trying to create the sensation that there's actually neighborhoods, and each of these are identifiable in their own way. Should there be an overarching element that ties them together? Maybe. What we were trying to do was really focus on the east facade. If you could paint again over there, that felt like it was homogeneous. and that the other elements in fact did have their own kind of distinct quality. Again, to break down the scale of it, not make the building feel so monumental, and really try to focus on tying these together. I think the collision that you're mentioning between the roofs is a great valid point, but tying together this facade was, aside from some color distinctions with the railings and the base of the building, was where we felt like the three met.
Do
I
you
have to
have a
tell you,
little
I
bit
kinda
of
like-
height? Do you have a little bit of height to play with? Maybe to just
A little bit.
deconflict the roof junctions?
About 2.5 inches to play with.
Oh, so you're wasted 2.5 inches. Oh my God.
Well, this is just drawing right now.
I kind of like the roof layout the way it is, and it makes me think, and I wanted to ask Brendan this, but you said that's kind of a whimsical quality to this building, and to me, the roof, the juxtaposition of these three different roofs kind of gives it that quality. If it was one thing, I think you would lose something.
Yeah, I mean, I like going in the direction of that shed roof. I think is there's a ton of precedent for it in in that neighborhood. But I was just looking at you do look very close to the max height. I also question how thin those blocks are. I would be curious how that would be assembled. So I just wonder, and I also wonder about the detailing, of that north long roof along Pearl Street, and how that ties into that middle roof. Seems very fussy, and it seems like it would be some water issues and hard to construct, and it looks like it's just close enough that maybe it was a mistake, like that it either needs to be it needs to be pulled off of that roof, or it needs to be a part of that roof. Like it can't be sort of in between. So if it can go higher, and if you want them to be really distinct three roofs and three buildings, that's one thing. But I think right now that they're just sort of kissing, and it's just I mean, in terms of, again, like constructing that fascia that thin in order to avoid conflicting with the roof adjacent to it, doesn't really seem very practical.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, not to, it's not our job to really design the roofs or anything, but I wonder if that middle module, if it were a flat roof, there isn't a visually, that middle module having a shed roof is kind of irrelevant, because you're never seeing the shed roof because it has two sides hemmed in. So I think a flat transition for that middle module would let you die into the south wall of the south module fairly rationally. And then, you have this portion of flat roof, which no one ever really knows isn't a shed roof, because, it's hemmed in. But anyway, that's technical, I think.
But I think the bigger issue, you brought up the residential versus urban, but Pearl Street is the most urban street in our city. And if we think 20 years down the road, this whole part of Pearl Street is going to be filled in, and I hope with very urban fabric. And so I think there's sort of an obligation to think about that. And I think you could get out of this box by making the front facade not have that shed, and look at it more as a very urban condition, which it is and should be. Even though it's residential, Chicago, where do we want to start, right? There's places that have residential in very urban conditions. So I think that right now it is, the front facade is a little bit too much leaning towards residential. And what I was going to say is, looking at that facade, one thing that might help also, if we bring up the brick on the lower level, even a foot, you know, so maybe we're right at 42 inches, the top of the brick as a railing for those units. And I think right now it looks a little lower than that. Again, sort of that the dominant mass along Pearl Street is the commercial, if you will. You know, and if you're fighting that, then you're really talking about a row house project, you know, urban row house, but it's not, you're trying to do both these things. So I think that transition has to be modulated. And one way I think you could do it is by having a parapet on the Pearl Street side. But that's just, you know, sort of my opinion about it. And along those same lines, that the long porch along the front on Pearl Street. There's sort of two competing horizontal elements. The top, if you kind of zoom around just to the front of a little bit. You know, we've got where it says signage, you know, along Pearl Street. And again, I think it was right up at 42-inch height in the railing, that would be a little bit more massive, which would help it. And then but I think the porches, I'd almost articulate them, you know, you could have almost some kind of material break or something here. It's happening a little bit because it's transparent, but I feel like this is competing with this. And then I agree, this is going to be much thicker in reality. So we got to think about that, right? And how all those really strong horizontals come together. So it feels
So
like
we're jumping around here.
Yeah, there's a lot
Unfortunately,
to
this is
discuss.
this is the topic that I wanted to talk about, what you're actually talking about now, but I want to go back because we kind of got a little bit lost on the cantilevered alley. I don't think we closed the loop on that before we sort of moved up to the roof. So, so can we, unless I'm missing something, did we reach any sort of recommendation on the cantilevered alley?
I think, you know, the bottom line is our suggestion is that it needs to be explored and reduced or minimized as much as visually possible. Whether that's, you know, adding some structure or reevaluating the relationship of that cube with the rest of the cubes. I just think it needs to be reduced.
Okay.
And I guess you need that walk. Is that why that was happening? You need that
It
walk.
feels dark to you. And then Brendan, you also mentioned a cantilever on a cantilever. And are you talking about the porches, or are you talking about something else?
The balconies on the
The
cantilever
balconies. Okay.
building, yeah.
Right.
Like something needs to be supported visually and structurally.
Right.
Why is that circulation necessary? I mean, why can't you just bring the building to the ground, I guess is the question. And then, like Brandon was saying, we give that back to the commercial.
That's our resident entry for bike storage. Obviously, there's a drive lane. And then just behind where this, I guess, Jeep Cherokee is shown as our loading zone. So we need to be able to get in and out of the vehicles right there. That's our ride share space where the Cherokee is.
Okay.
I just don't see it in our cards to drive architecture down right there. It's probably going to get dinged anyway. I do think as in terms of this stepping towards the alley, I do just want to point out the site has had to concede, I think, 3 feet in right of way already. And then of course the building is back from that flow line, that newly established flow line, with these spaces in that walk, which is about 15 feet. So this is far further back from the alley than most of the vernacular in this area. Building overhang does provide weather protection for that walk, which we think is a benefit. I mean, you could stand there in the rain and wait for lift to show up. Again, just an architectural decision that we made. I can't disagree with the fact that the cantilever is big. It does allow for more space within the project for the primary courtyards and the circulation versus minimizing that hallway width between the units. Again, these are all kind of just design decisions, but that's the result that you're seeing here.
Okay,
I think extra lighting in there would help too.
Sure.
I mean, I'm just looking at the setbacks and property line and I just, it programmatically to have that walkway to create such a large overhang, it doesn't make sense to me.
I don't find it too offensive. I mean, you know, I think technically if you figure out how to do it, it's okay. This does have a bit of a back of house and garage entry feeling. So I think having some overhang protection for the garage is okay. I just want to add one thing I think is working here that I think is nice is that the balcony stops as it approaches the east, the corner. And then the balcony for the unit on the east corner is facing east. So I'm one thing that is working here that I think is different from the front facade, as Stephen was talking about, is the fact that the balcony here has a break and it gives you a chance to see the continuity of the mass. So sorry, Brendan.
yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so I think we've got something for the alleyway overhang.
And then I think you can note it too, that, you know, that there was not total consensus or agreement.
Right, yeah.
Sure.
I want to go quickly back to the roofs. I know we're trying to move along here. I think the idea of connecting that middle bit with something that's more flat and contiguous to the Pearl is actually a really good idea. Our concern is that it feels like it makes sense from the bottom and less from what the little birdies see. And I think having that disjoined actually will clean that up and be a good improvement. Relative to the thickness, the way that we're proposing doing that is cantilevered CLT. So we have studied that thickness. It is a real thickness. We are trying to minimize that, so it just feels like a very elegant form that's erupting from the project versus here's a gigantic 2-foot thick thing that's sticking off the building. The thicker that gets, the less visually powerful that cantilever is. So I just wanted to make sure I hit those two things real quick.
Cool, I'm glad. Thanks for explaining that.
Yeah, that's good.
So, okay, then we moved up to the roof. And there was a fair amount of discussion about I think that middle section maybe being too low and some way to tie these things together. But I've got the recommendation I have here is re-examine the roof profiles, tie residential masses together through a common roof. Roof lines need to vary more than exists. Is there more to it than
Yeah,
that?
I mean,
than captured?
I would say our recommendation would be to either tie them all together or to separate them more.
Okay.
If that's possible.
Yeah.
It's too subtle. Yeah.
Right.
It's like what we always say, the kissing cousins.
Yeah.
I would like to point out just quickly that we were also kind of envisioning the two, masses on the front and the back as like kind of the sisters, like the bookends of the building. So I think it's a really good comment to point out really the centerpiece is that anchor. And I think that has the ability to be simplified and adjusted so that the two bookends really sing and show these two strong, subtle shed roofs that bookend this building on either side, and then that middle piece become a little bit more subdued, or at least, cleaned up so that it's not necessarily trying to say anything while these other two kind of speak for the building.
Yeah, like if the objective is to have the three masses, then push that a little further.
Okay. And then we moved around to the Pearl Street facade, and Stephen was
Yeah, I can
kind of
just,
getting into the question that I had.
yeah, and just summarize, I don't know what, from structure, this dimension, here, it looks like it's not high enough. And so if this gets pulled up a little bit, which I think it would need to anyways, technically, that will help that front facade. It's
Well-
also hard to tell.
Well, by code, you can have a 36-inch
Yeah, but I think it should be 42. I think should be 42.
visually, but by code,
Visually.
it is actually, doesn't need code, yeah.
Sure.
Well, what's the problem that you're trying to address?
So I think that this mass is dominant over this. So this feels the commercial part feels kind of like a strip mall. And I'm not trying to be harsh. That it's long and too low and doesn't feel that it's addressing the prominence of the urban condition of Pearl Street. And I think seriously, like a foot would pull that off. Remember, people might want to have awnings in here or something with their signage, and you want to make sure there's space to pull that off. That really it's unfolding from Pearl. We got Pearl Street, the sidewalk, the commercial, and then it unfolds into the residential piece and the super cool roof deck in the back. And I think holding that, and I don't know how it compares to other, heights of other floor plates along, either side, and I'm not sure what is this dimension here, the actual storefront dimension,
That's 10 feet.
10 feet. Okay.
So Stephen, you're talking about, maybe you and I are not talking about the same thing. Are you talking about kind of the proportionality?
Yeah.
Okay, and
Yeah.
you're really saying I thought you were saying that the commercial kind of mass there is too long and too low
Yes.
compared to the upper part, so it looks
Yeah, it
sort
needs
of
to
top
be-
heavy.
Yeah, a little bit, only because it needs to be the dominant thing on the street front. Because that's what it is.
Okay, well, it's also set back quite a bit as well.
The upper
The-
part or the. Yeah, the upper, that's interesting, because you have quite, pretty large decks up there, right, above the commercial. That is,
Extent, like deep decks.
I'm curious, why did you set it so deep? I mean, you could get more.
Setbacks.
It's a zoning requirement.
We couldn't make the railing any higher either. That was also part of it. The higher we go, the more it gets into that setback.
Yeah, there's an interplay of allowable heights for the railing. Both of the railings here that are functioning as guardrails are already at 42. I'm not aware of avenues to make that shorter. Those are the maximum heights that are allowed at the third floor level to project into the setback. So we're trying to get the building closer to the street here while showing compliance. I actually think that's an interesting idea to increase the height of the bridge here, even though it might be at the sacrifice of, let's say, your elbows, hopefully not your pint glass height. What I'm seeing, and I think is being articulated well, actually, is the width of the brick where the word signage is the same width as the railing up above, and something needs to win. You're kind of caught in between. So I think going from 42 to 50-ish inches at those units is actually a good idea, and it will add more presence to the base of the building.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Or if you went from whatever you have, 9-foot doors with a 1-foot transom down to an 8-foot door with a 1-foot transom, and then I don't know if you meet your glazing requirements on Pearl Street, but that might be an imperceivable scaling exercise rather than raising it above 42 inches, which I think would be too high. If you're trying to take advantage of views or whatever.
Yeah, maybe it could be done through a subtle adjustment of the top of the parapet and maybe, like you're saying, just lowering the transom height a little bit, just to give more, yeah, I'm repeating myself, yeah.
Yeah.
But I really like that, I like the balcony. I like how maybe through detailing it could be subtly demised or interrupted.
Yeah.
But it just really makes me think of that Trace Birds project right on I-25, which is very urban.
Yeah.
And it looked really cool when that white rail was brand new. So I'm not doing that rail in white, but I like it.
You use the past tense word there. That was interesting. Yeah, I think like just derivating, delineating where the privacy walls are intersecting by just maybe removing the holes there and having something that's solid would be something that's subtle, but is also kind of breaking that down versus just a continuous ribbon. I think that's worthwhile studying too.
Yeah. And it could be like this, this could be the pattern too, like
Right.
every
Yeah,
two,
every other or
two,
something.
two.
Yeah.
Could be good. This is picky, but you guys are doing this super interesting modern building. I'm not sure that the corbelling kind of cornice is helping. I would go more modern.
Yeah,
I
kind of agree too.
Yeah, I think it could be a little more, and maybe you're tying back in some of this metal or something from the railing, there's just a cap flashing that brings that together.
Or it could just be something simple, like a 1/4-inch step out of a double soldier or something. I don't think we don't need to try to emulate something that was made out of stone or concrete with brick. I think that's a good comment.
Yeah.
So we still have quite a few items on this list unless we've inadvertently covered them, but do you want to talk about the colors, the material palette and colors?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're still on my list. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I think in the last presentation, I made my black brick opinion.
You did? Yeah.
I sure did.
I wondered if these guys picked up on that.
I'm sure, I'm sure they did. I'm killing across the street and it's just like everywhere. And if it's something that we're really set on using this black brick, then I wonder if we could potentially look at like the wood sort of has that reclaimed whitewashed look to it. If we could bring maybe something like a little warmer wood tone to balance out that black brick or somehow bring some warmth into it. It's feeling a little flat and brown.
I mean, you could do more of a chocolate brick, right?
That would be preferred.
There's some cool, very similar, but they're just a little warmer.
Mm-hmm. So either warmer brick or warmer wood tone would be my preference. That was it. That was my material comment.
We definitely picked up on the black brick comment. I went and actually grabbed our, I would call we're trying to draw a little bit of this distinction here between more rusticated materials in a base. Again, just a design decision. We're trying to distinguish between those two. So you feel that rounded masonry base and not make them feel the same. It may have been too subtle. I would definitely classify this brick as more in the purple or even kind of grayish category. It's got kind of a glazed face on it. what you're seeing here is far more indicative of the real material palette than what you're seeing in the model. I think the model portrays them far more closer than what we're proposing here. It doesn't mean that we can't study an alternate, but I don't think our modeling is doing justice to the nuances of the brick. You know, glazed bricks with flash faces have all kinds of variegation in the surfaces already. And that's just a nuance you just can't see in pictures or models, unfortunately.
Okay, just no stack bond then, I guess.
Can we do soldiers as a stack one?
Yeah. there you go.
I
The
may-
other thing is maybe it'd be fun to try a brighter, you know, like where you have the light bronze for the storefront. I mean, some of your precedents in the area, there's, you know, they have some brighter colors. I mean, I'm not sure it's the answer, but it might be fun to, you know, explore, like, you know, maybe there's some, you know, burgundy or red or something, or the railings are a brighter color. I don't know.
Okay.
Matthew, do you have any thoughts on this?
No, I mean, I think when I look at this palette, just taken as it is, I think it's nice. I mean, the one thing I noticed, you know, because I have looked at this in the packet before, is the model. You know, the model is showing the storefront system as more of like a white.
Right.
And that contrast feels a little much, but you know, I'm assuming that it's supposed to be a little more bronze than white. So no, I'm just blabbing. I really don't have
Okay.
a particular objection to the palette. I think what to me is more important is that the palette within itself is, you know, complementary, and the brick color, if that drives the palette, good. If not, I wouldn't change things just to change it.
Right. So is the question on the table whether the palette needs to be lightened up a bit, or does it need to be warmer? Which is, Brendan, I think you said.
Yeah, I think if we're gonna stick with this black brick, some element of it needs to be warmer. Whether
Okay.
the metal or the wood or something needs to.
Yeah, and I would think
soften it.
exploring this color a little bit, you know, like some options. If you look through some of your precedents, I don't know if you can, if we have time to scroll through those real quick, but there was a couple that had similar palettes, but then they had some, you know, colorful accent colors that I think could help a little bit. Kind of
Okay.
neighborhood context. I don't know if you run through them. Let's see. Let's see, go to, I think you had another one. Let's see, there was, yeah, I mean, even like this one over here, right? There's like, you know, and even here, the one the Elements did, it's got those, you know, popping these little orange bits. You know, I think that could be nice.
Yeah, and that wood is, in that top left image, that wood is is warm and vibrant, and it
Yeah,
good contrast to the black.
Okay.
yeah, there's sort of like three distinct colors there. You know, then the, you know, the windows are just bronze or black, and that works.
Okay. Well, okay, let's keep moving along here then. So I've got fenestration, railings, mass and scale, bump out something on the second and third floors. Variety and flavor of fenestration and massing on each side are the topics that I don't know that we've covered.
I think we've
covered massing on each side. That was a comment that I had made, and I feel like we've thoroughly discussed that. I mean, you know, without a specific recommendation, other than, well, I don't want to rephrase it in a different way than we had talked about it. But.
Okay.
I think you guys both had comments about fenestration and detailing. Maybe we could.
Yeah, that would be, I think the other stuff.
All right.
Covered. inadvertently.
Let's talk about that then.
Maybe go back to one of those elevations. I think for me, that store, I mean, you don't know what tenants are going in there, but you know, you could divide the light a little bit more on the storefronts. You know, the doors don't necessarily have to be centered, maybe they're offset.
So Stephen, what's the problem you're tackling
just-
here?
The problem here is that it's very symmetrical. I know your building isn't about symmetry, it's about kind of movement.
So are we just really talking about this Pearl Street
Yeah,
profile?
kind of
You
the
talk
pros-
about,
well, and some of these, you know, some of the other facades, I think there's just some windows that you could, you know, maybe shift things off center a little bit, wrap corners, you know, have corner windows or something, but I think let's see as we go around. Yeah, some of these windows on the side, you know, maybe you introduce some, I don't know what's going on in the plan, but maybe there's some, whoops, maybe there's some horizontal windows or something.
Hmm.
You know, just a couple of tweaks, I think. You know, I think it, you know, it looks like you guys have just another kind of layer of like finesse that you probably haven't done yet. You know, I think it's great over here, like where you're doing this, you know, this kind of window kind of pulled off the center. It's nice. And you could kind of take that theme a little bit further. But obviously you have floor plan, you know, you got to deal with, especially with 300 square foot. There's not a lot of flexibility. Need a window.
You have a lot down in Pearl Street side. I think that's a good comment.
Yeah.
So, and I know I said I didn't like that I don't even know the name of that project except for that Trace Birds designed it, but that I didn't like the white metal, but I do like the awnings. And I think part of the reason why that looks so bad is because it's on the highway and it just got dirty, but I do like the contrasting lighter color, but bronze, I guess, is what was in the material palette. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's nice.
not this lemon color, you know.
okay, so we're not just talking about the Pearl Street profile, but the basic idea here is to look for ways to tweak the symmetry a little bit to sort of upset that pattern slightly.
Yeah, maybe some horizontal windows,
Mhm.
kind of like you have in that one band off the right.
Right.
You know, a couple of, I think that will. You know,
Yeah, I mean, the last project we reviewed, just, it was all about the rhythm of these windows was, I think, a strength. But like Steven said, I don't know if that's really our objective in this design, that there can be a little more play with. It
Yeah.
doesn't have to be, the pattern doesn't have to be relentless.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, especially as you get into. You know, this is your, you know, that entry, you know, maybe there's, I mean, you're doing it here, right? This is your big, pretty cool thing.
And I like how that separates the private residential entry and celebrates that. Which is different from, I think that separation of the public and private is really awesome right there.
Yeah, and that's where you enter here. Is this where you enter?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, so it's a little confusing in that other plan.
Well, yeah, I think if you look at the floor plan, you can see the doors.
Right.
Yeah, not that plan, but the actual floor
Oh,
plan.
right, yeah, I see, yeah.
Yeah, and I think maybe just to add to Matthew's comment, just our recommendation is to study the essentially concrete patterning and scoring,
Mhm.
control joints to so that we're not leading right to the water entry door.
Yeah,
Agreed. Yeah, I think that might just go away and it could be better just without it.
Or terminate it, you know, somewhere in the planters or something, but that needs to be studied.
yeah, I mean, you could even hold the corner for that matter, you could have, you know,
Yeah.
these planters wrap around and really. You're probably right at the setback, but it would be great if this piece even popped out like 8 or 10 inches, but you're probably right there. You probably have.
See, Todd, we're giving you a curve.
Yeah,
One, just one.
alrighty. I'm not sure I caught Matthew's previous point.
He was just saying that there's the planter set up and the path of the concrete control joints basically are leading to something that looks like it's going to be this amazing celebrated corner, but it's not. So I just think that needs to be studied.
Yeah,
Okay,
So study the planters and the concrete.
We're pointing to a back wall. We
Right.
need- One needs to win.
A pretty brick screen back wall.
Pretty big screen ball with, but no relationship with the function inside, so.
Okay, and my just question is, have you guys there's like a stud wall behind this brick screen, or is it intended to be fully perforated and transparent?
Fully perforated and transparent. There's an affordable housing project over on Bluff that is pretty inspiring, where you can see that sun come through that element. We do not want a solid wall behind this.
yeah, that's cool.
It is,
Yeah.
cool. And I have seen it done. I just had conversations with, the Rock and Mountain Masonry Institute, and it just seemed like technically and structurally hard to do, especially with our wind loads, but
Yeah.
you guys probably have studied that and know it works.
We haven't chosen the easy way on much of anything yet. We don't know. Good. We've seen it pulled off at other apartment projects in Denver. Typically, there's a structural super frame behind it. I do think it's doable without a continuous support. It's just an engineering thing we have to get into. I mean, the hard things are, the beautiful things are typically the harder things to do. So we just have to figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. I'm psyched to see that.
It's cool. And it's a little bit Bauhaus, right? Some of this stuff, you could do your numbers like, this way, 22. Can't draw on here very well, but you could, celebrate those numbers. Although I know the city has some really dumb rules about that, but.
You got a Corbu shot in there, you got a Bauhaus shot, what else?
Yeah, exactly.
Give us enough time. We'll pull them all
Yeah,
out.
everything. Bart Prince we need Bart Prince for.
Oh, I'd love to have some of him in here for sure.
speaking of time, I have two things on the list that I don't think we've covered. One is railings. Have we covered railings? The other one
I
is,
think we did, kind of. We just talked about, I was just talking about sort of
The break.
the break.
Okay.
Actually, the more I think about, maybe these just pop out, like they just come past the railing a little bit. I don't know. Again, I don't know how the right answer, but maybe you could try it, see what it looks like. These fins kind of, maybe it's every other one like I was talking about.
Well, the way the corner joint is one suggestion, where you have like, it's not a continuous ribbon, but it's these long panels in segments. And I think that could be neat
That could be cool.
and practical too. You have a little break in the structure.
is this also part of sort of breaking up the symmetry that we were talking about earlier? Does that fall into that category?
A little bit. I think it's more like adding movement because there's a lot of movement in the mass and keeping that going.
Yeah, I think our objective, or I think a common thread in the conversation about the railings was the competition between the ground floor, horizontality of the ground floor band, and then the horizontality of the
Yeah,
unbroken second floor, which are the same width, and so it just needs to be studied. So competing horizontal bands.
Now, that was the topic that I was going to bring up, so I'm glad you guys covered it.
yeah.
Okay. Um, and then what was the question about bumping out the second and third floors? Where are we talking about doing that?
Oh, I think what I was talking about was just related to what I said before about the second and third floor sort of being more dominant than the ground floor.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we did cover that.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else that you think we haven't covered?
I don't think so. They're gonna have some cool parties on this roof, I bet. So.
You'll be invited.
I'm curious
There's that.
about the common, I don't remember what it's called in the floor plan, but there's a common kitchen.
Mhm.
Can you say just more about that programmatically?
Sure. Yeah, and I do remember that was a comment that I think you brought up, Todd. This is an opportunity for residents to entertain. You know, you can imagine living in a 300 square foot unit, you're not gonna have a very large party in a unit like that, but there's frequently times that residents either in and of themselves or other guests want to get together in larger groups. The idea here, as you can see in the plan, is multiple different cooking venues. So 2 places where food preparation can happen. The island there in the middle is meant to be kind of bar stool height, and so you could entertain while you're cooking, collaborate. The south side of that space is meant to be kind of loose seating. We don't know exactly how all that's going to go, and whether it's bar height at the edges, freestanding tables that you can move around, but a place where you can escape the kitchen and then have your food. And then the thinner line that's south of the word kitchen there is meant to be like a telescoping door that opens. You can see good examples of that at a lot of different restaurants on Pearl Street, like Tahona or whatever it's called now. Next to the kitchen is a good example where the doors telescope open and then there's a great indoor outdoor, so you could spill out into the plaza itself and maybe even eat outdoors.
Right.
Is that kitchen big enough to have a commercial sort of nature to it, or is it more residential?
It's a residential use. We've not envisioned kind of mixing commercial uses up here.
Right. Okay. That's helpful, thanks. So this is the point that I would usually try to summarize this stuff, but I'm not sure. There's a lot of sort of nuanced points here. So I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to do this. So one way we could do it is I could just sort of summarize it the way I've kind of captured it, and I don't want to get into a whole big discussion because we've now been here 3 hours, so I don't want to open up the discussion again. So the second way I could do it is I could summarize it on paper, which we need to do anyway, and send it to one of the other DAB members for review. I can't send it to all of you, but I could send it to one of you to make sure we've got it captured. And then we could incorporate it into the meeting and get it out to the applicants. That'd be another way to do it.
I think that
yeah.
would work. We've done that in the past, Todd, and you know, I do think, given respect to the time, that's probably a good way to do it. And it's a little more thorough than trying to rush here again and collect comments one more time.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I think officially, we like to give our comments, you know, in the form of our meeting minutes, but our recommendations will be summarized in there. If you guys are okay with
Yeah.
them written.
Yeah, and we have,
If I can,
let's hear from Kalani, because she has the final word, I think.
so, yes, Todd, you can draft it. You designate one person for DAB. Right now, this is without me checking with Hella, just in case. But draft it with one person, send that to the one person. It'll be put into the minutes. And then that draft set of minutes is what the rest of the board and the applicant can see at that point as far as the summary. So there
Okay.
won't be another round of review between yourself and other members. We don't want to violate an open meeting.
Right, yeah. Okay.
I guess that if I might voice some concerns about that, I think we're all probably exhausted after such a intense debate with really smart people. And I'm not objectionable to making sure that it's clear. What I think wouldn't be beneficial is a lack of direction, and that's probably going to take a lot more time too. My concern is twofold: that it takes a long time for us to get that direction, and that it's either outside the purview of DAB or is still kind of an open item. If you guys feel like that within your group that that's a path that is not too risky, I'm totally fine with it. I've just kind of seen this before where one or two people might kind of capture something and one or two people are thinking, no, I don't actually agree with that. Because this is some of these were very circular kind of discussions and we came right back to it's not such a big deal. So Todd, I would just have to trust the group. I just want to share that as a concern if we conclude without actually exiting with consensus. There is some risk in it being just part of the group.
So I think with that in mind and the applicant's level of comfort, you should summarize these right now for the meeting and with the applicant here.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. So
could walk through, I don't know how many you have.
I think in the end, we had 4 or 5.
If we need Kalani to help weigh in on this is not actually part of the purview of DAB.
Everything I've heard tonight so far is DAB purview related to design. So it may be that you don't agree with the direction of it, but that I haven't heard anything outside of that is zoning related. You know, specifically, these are kind of design concerns that may impact program or other things. But if at the time you go through the DAB comments and you want to talk about those with the case manager or as you go through the other, I'm sure you have several revisions on your planning on the site review. You'll be asked at that time, how did you meet, you know, DAB's recommendations, and planning board will also ask that. So you can address it at that time.
Okay, I'm only asking because as the intro, you were mentioning what that purview was and that parking was kind of excluded, and the good deal of tonight's discussion was the commercial space. So
it's the commercial space in relationship to function, activity, that impacts your parking, you know, within your buildable envelope. So Brendan's comments were about the design. She doesn't have control over how that affects your parking or your unit count. So that's something as the designer and the problem solver of this kind of overall buildable envelope, you need to kind of wrestle with and solve and see if you can figure out how to, if that's a consolidated recommendation on the kind of space there, the design of that function and the architecture of that front space.
that's going to be our most difficult thing to solve. So I definitely want to have super clear direction on what we're supposed to do with that tonight.
So that would be one of the things as you go through the recommendation, the design direction.
Okay.
That would be by far our most difficult thing to solve.
Well, this is, yeah, and this is, I think on that particular topic, you may have constraints that come from other authorities like the planning board that we have, where we have no jurisdiction. So if we're making design recommendations that possibly conflict with constraints that you have in other areas, we're happy to point those out, but we can't, that's not something we can resolve.
And so like, for example, this board can't make recommendations to your parking counts on square footage per space, square
Right.
footage per DU, your density. Those are things that are falling under your zoning regulations. Those are planning board. But they can make recommendations on, hey, I think your retail space is not very functional. You may need that to be larger, the depth, or reorganize that in a way that the footprint works better. But as you come back to, when you come back for your revisions on your design, and if you have some concerns, you can talk to your case manager and some others as you have to try to measure out and balance out these different kind of things that are going on, competing things that are going on in the overall design. Does that make sense?
Not really, but I think I can try to figure out how to move forward. They're competing factions. It's not, I think, quite as linear as that.
No, I mean, it isn't linear, and I think that there's always a thing where you're gonna have to figure out where where you're meeting the criteria and those other things. And I don't know if it's adjustments to your overall build out or parking or these other things, but what
So-
we can do tonight is summarize what their design recommendations are for you. And then you can move forward with those design recommendations and make the case moving forward of how you can meet certain ones or the ones you're struggling to meet at that point.
So let me give you our first summarization. Our first recommendation, I guess, which is where this comes up. So the recommendation is to take another look at balancing parking, housing, and utilities with the viability of retail space.
Well, and I think specifically that corner, that inside corner, I mean, if you want to.
Yeah. And the other part of that is explore enhancing the corner,
Right,
basically the commercial corner.
yeah,
Okay, so that's our recommendation, but it's going to have to, that may require some additional work on housing, utilities, housing and parking, because we don't have jurisdiction over that. So we can advise you to re-explore that, but that may be something you have to bring up with the planning board, but you've got that's part of our recommendation. So the design element of that you can bring up and how it relates to these other things, if I'm saying that correctly. I think that's the only one where we run into this potential jurisdiction. So the second one is regarding the cantilevers, the cantilevered alley. And that is to reduce or minimize the cantilevered alley, explore ways to reduce or minimize the overhead. That's not a consensus. That's one or more of our concerns, but it's not a consensus, but it is something that was brought up as a recommendation. The third one is to regarding the roofs, either tie them together more or separate them more. And we can say a little bit more about what the problem is that we're trying to address there, but that's the recommendation. The third one was dealing with the Pearl Street profile that kind of bled into a couple of these other things dealing with the symmetry, but the Pearl Street profile particularly was the commercial profile is too long and low. It makes the building, the whole structure of that west facing profile look more top heavy, and the recommendation was to try to address that in some way without being specific. And you guys talked about specifics, but we wouldn't get specific. We would just give you sort of that direction. Regarding the color profile, the recommendation is to lighten up or increase the warmth of the color palette without being specific. Now, there were some thoughts and ideas that came out of that, but we wouldn't necessarily get specific and tell you how to do it. We're just giving you that kind of recommendation. Regarding the fenestration and detailing, let's see, I talked about the Pearl Street profile is too symmetrical. And the recommendation is to explore tweaks that either upset or offset that symmetry and introduce some sort of variance in the rhythm of those various features without being any more specific.
And that was ground floor storefront, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it applies to the whole building, but I think that's where we're talking about it mostly. That's kind of where we started that discussion. The next one was study the concrete patterning at the entrance, which was the one that Matthew brought up that we talked about sort of towards the end there. And I don't have any more detail about what we mean by that, but it looks like I'm gathering that the concrete patterning of the entrance sort of leads into this sort of dark space, leads into something that is needs either more definition or something.
And the planters and the planter design.
And the planter design, yeah. And then in terms of the railings, there was a recommendation to add movement into the railings, that there's a competition between the ground floor and upper floor. I can't read that word.
Horizontal band, maybe?
Bands, yeah. So explore breaking that up in some way. So that's what I captured without getting into any more detail. We could try to get into more detail, but we don't want to necessarily say how to do it. So did I miss anything?
I think that was a great summary.
Yay.
I don't know if
My
it's
first one.
Yeah.
I think some of them kind of touch each other, which is natural. That matches my recollection too. The only thing I would ask is, you mentioned the cantilever not being a consensus item. I don't know if that's important to note in your report, but I feel that was the same for the palette. I heard Matthew say, don't change it just for changing its sake. So if it's important to note that that's not a consensus item, that's what I heard tonight too,
Okay.
if I may.
No, both of those are correct.
That's the only amendment I would offer.
Did I miss anything else?
How about you guys?
Great
I
summary otherwise.
can't believe you took that good notes.
That was good. Yeah, I mean, I think our objective in this is just really to have a conversation, and a lot of our recommendations are just to revisit or give it a second look, not necessarily that you have to change the material palette, but maybe we've given you some food for thought of some possible material deviations or studies, but it's, our board is non-binding, so.
Well, I think that's great, and I appreciate you noting that. I mean, you guys invested an extra 90 minutes to spend time talking to us about it, so thank you for that. But we take this input pretty seriously, not only so that staff, planning and council can understand that we're working in a collaborative and not combative way with you, but a lot of these suggestions are really good too. So I want to make sure that we're hearing them clearly and considering them deeply and not just glad handing.
Great. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
one of the issues that sometimes comes up is that they sometimes seem a little bit abstract.
Right.
And so the planning board will read them and they'll think like, well, what did they really mean by this? And does the applicant really know what we meant by that?
Right.
So that's, sometimes comes up and we try to be as detailed as we can without being overly prescriptive.
Right.
So,
Great.
so ML, do you want to, I wanted to get your input if you want to provide any comments here.
You said something about, or maybe Kalani said it, that your recommendations go through the review and with the case manager, and the staff looks to hold the applicant accountable to DAB's recommendations. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, we'll get a summary that goes in the minutes, and typically they're a little more concise, or they're less. We don't have as many of them, but in the next round of review, if this, I would assume that this applicant will have another round of review before their application moves on to the planning board. And at that time, that's the revision that they incorporate things that DAB has recommended, or if they find that there's a issue that they're unable to do that, they either narratively explain that as part of their submittal on what they can and cannot do, and then staff looks that over, says, okay, they've met 2, 3, and 4, and we'll ask, well, why weren't you able to do X, Y, and Z, or those types of things. So
Yeah, I think that kind of follow through isn't clear at the planning board level. Brendan came last night to, personally talk about the input that DAB had on Millennium Project, but it doesn't show up as a kind of a prominent piece of input that was part of the review process. It might be mentioned, but I will have to pay closer attention. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out, because the conversations clearly are very robust and very thoughtful.
And it's usually
it makes sense to have to land.
Yeah, and it's usually in the packet as part of what happened at DAB, and the recommendations are outlined in there, and then as part of the memo, it's delineated out, they could do this or they could do that, but those packets are large, so sometimes those things aren't, you're dealing with a lot of information.
That's my role, right? Go back and report and make sure that these insights.
You have to explain it to them.
It is a critical role for our planning board liaison to be able to relay some of those details, right, of the DAB discussion back to planning board like that.
Right.
And it's good to have you here, especially with a design background, to help bring those to and the nuance of the discussion. We also, planning board or DAB members have come in front of planning board before to talk about projects.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that staff follows up in the review with them. I think that is something I wasn't aware of. So thank you for that. And yeah, I appreciated the conversation tonight.
No problem.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll let you guys go, and hopefully you'll get these recommendations fairly quickly, but they go into the minutes, and we'll, good luck with the project. And I think this was an interesting review for us, so I appreciate all the work that you guys did.
Thank you, and appreciate DAB's time. Like I said, it's important for us to enumerate these so that we're tracking them too. We take them all seriously. We love all of our children, so we want to treat all these comments with the respect that's due, especially when people are investing so much thought and extra time into it. So thank you and appreciate it.
We're even missing a DAB member, so you missed out. You missed out on that part.
You're not gonna hit us with a circular building here at the end?
No,
Okay, all right.
no, I learned my lesson.
Oh, keep those coming. That was a great.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and close this part out then and let you guys enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Kalani.
Russ.
Thank you for joining us and all that time and effort.
Yeah, thank you. So Kalani, do we have time for
Yes, we do.
recap?
Yes, we need to do that because there's some planning board stuff. They're going to planning board in this working group. You know, part of it was relaying the information, but I think I just wanted to talk a little bit, if we have some time afterwards, just on the difference between like the zoning regulations, your purview, and design considerations, where I know it seems muddy, but I want you to go first and then we can get a little, hopefully I can just kind of clear that up as far as where that kind of line is there for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was actually going to touch on last night's meeting and then quickly talk about the phase 2 of the Boulder Junction.
Yeah.
So starting with I went to a very exciting planning board meeting. I listened to almost, I think until about 10 o'clock, you guys were still deep in conversation about it. It seemed contentious. My husband said it sounded like a soap opera. But it was on the student housing going in the Millennium Harvest House site. And I was asked to just convey to the planning board basically a summary of our conversation. And Kalani, maybe we can talk about this too, but on our DAB site, the meeting minutes didn't include some of the updates that Corey had sent out. And so like in the meeting minute revisions, we had talked about sort of more attention needed to be paid to the west and east facade. But anyway, at the planning board, I was hoping.
I'm sorry, did you submit those to Devin?
Mm-hmm.
As far as revisions? Okay.
And then he submitted them to the board.
And those were not the minutes that you received?
Those were not the minutes that I pulled off the website.
Okay.
And then I went into, because I really wanted to double check, because the conversation was 8 months ago. And I found that the recording was from, it was Lauren leading the meeting and it was from May of some other year. So it was really just going off of memory. I also took a lot of notes, so mostly going off of my notes, but the conversation was basically that, you know, the common thread in that December meeting was that we wanted that there was good design on the interior courtyard spaces of the building, and we wanted to see some of the material transitions and detailing translated to the outside of the building, and that special attention and reconsideration of the east, north, and west facades needed to be studied additionally. Circulation, just detailing massing in general, and that we had talked about the podium was a long topic of the conversation because that was one of the key items that we needed to talk about. I think that they did a good job of redesigning the north facade. Some of the moves were big and they added windows in some of those big blank elevations. I thought that they did a really good job on the east elevation, which is on 28th Street and is like the most prominent, the first elevation you see. The only change they made was adding grass and trees. So I was really disappointed to see that. But I wasn't asked to like give my opinion on whether or not it's changed or updated, but I did say that it hasn't changed and that we had asked them to study it and that that sort of relentless parapet, horizontal parapet height seemed odd, especially when the other fingers of the building had step downs. So that was what I relayed. I hope that I did the board justice.
If that's what the recommendations, if the discussion part on the different parts and you remember from the recommendations, yeah, definitely. Is there was there anything else as far as the meeting that right now you were saying though that the video or the minutes to be able to listen to the DAB minutes, the link online was not to the correct video?
Correct, or audio. I couldn't.
Audio was not
Yeah.
correct. And the minutes that were online, part of the package from DAB were not the amended minutes from the meeting that were approved.
Correct. So I don't know what, if planning board had, didn't think that our review was thorough enough, or whatever the issue may be, there was some discrepancy in what, and I'm not really sure what set of meeting minutes went to the client, so.
And we'll look into that because that's troubling for me to know that our things are not linking correctly. As far as the minutes right now, the way that the DAB minutes are, right, they are summary minutes of the recommendations. They are not a script of the whole meeting. So it's hard to capture a nuanced conversation.
Right.
And that script, it's pretty labor intensive to do that for staff. And then we had some direction from planning board that it's hard to resolve comments that are like that you have competing opinions. So getting that kind of summary recommendation is really helpful for applicants and for the board. But I get that it doesn't capture like the more detailed discussion on talking about the massing and talking about the other things that a more sophisticated design conversation.
I mean, I tried to give the best I could, a 5-minute summary of a 5-hour meeting.
Yeah.
On,
Sure.
The direction we were given, which was 4 key items that we really focused on, but we're able to talk about the project more cohesively. So anyway, so maybe we could just quickly do Boulder Junction.
Can I want to say something about that discussion, because not your specific discussion, but it seems like, and this also came up in the public review and the public participation early on when
Lynn Siegel.
Lynn Siegel was talking about the building, that there's a big concern with the mass of the building. That seems like and it may be the population that it's a number of people that they're going to be there. And we're asked, and I'm kind of looking at this from a little bit of an outsider because I'm not an architect, but when we get a question about mass, to me, as architects, you all are talking about mass from the perspective of how the architecture affects the mass, not whether the building is just too big. That seems like more of a value judgment. So because I can't see DAB saying you need to take off the entire 4th floor. That's not a DAB question, but it is a planning board question. And I guess what I'm getting at is that if we're given a question about the mass, we're looking at it, okay, it's a 4-story building. Let's look at a 4-story building and how do we sort of mitigate the mass of this building, given that it's a 4-story building. We're not looking at, should this be a 4-story building?
Or is
Right,
it a
so
4-story building?
Pardon me?
Like if the zoning says, hey, yeah, you can have a 4-story building, but does that look right next to a 1-story building? That design question?
That's a design question. I think that's a design question, but I don't really know how you all see this, but from my perspective, Deb makes design and deals with design questions. We don't deal with value questions. The value questions come from the planning board and the city council. If they want us to say, should this building be smaller? It would be helpful to know that that's the real question, and not just how can you make this building look smaller, even though it's still 4 stories. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I mean, I think the way that my understanding of what we were relaying from our conversation was, if you remember, it was a U in plan, an M, and then a U. No, an N, M, and an N. Whatever it was. There's a lot of buildings,
Yeah.
a lot of fingers. But in buildings 2 and 3, they're like the 4th floor had a step down and did tear down into the 3rd floor. So it was already precedent in their project. For the problem with that first east elevation was that it was just flat and long and no relief and just horizontal roof line. And we had recommended that they take a look at massing like they did for the other 2 buildings, and was just curious why they didn't do that on building 1. And then we talked a lot about the podium massing and how, maybe they could like push and pull or articulate. Again, it's like Kalani said, we're not here to design for them. We're just here to say, this is the problem. And maybe you could look at some solutions to not make this facade so flat. And so in terms of massive, just because it was like unrelenting. The entire 4th floor is just one horizontal line where we know that they can step down, and whether or not they meet their pro forma is beyond our review. But in terms of like building articulation and giving that some interest,
Yeah.
that is in our purview.
Can I ask a question about all this? Because it's interesting. I obviously wasn't involved in that, but I remember looking at that packet because it was when I was looking at, applying and stuff. And I remember thinking like, God, it's so far along. Like anything that Dad would say at that point is just going to piss the architects off, because they're like, well, yeah, maybe, but we can't do that at this point. And so I'm just curious, like what, if that's in the discussion, I was like, when we actually comment, because the earlier, even some things tonight, like would have been great to see it 6 months ago, because we could have, especially DTJ
Concept plan.
Would have really.
Yeah, we have brought that up. That's a sort of a ongoing issue.
I mean, it seems like my understanding from last night's meeting is that planning board recommended that they take a look at it, the massing, because it was, and just how it relates to 28th Street, the new street that they're building, and then Folsom. And so that was an issue that we were asked to look at from staff, I guess, and from planning board. And because it had been recommended that they look at that, but they didn't change it. And then we did a long review, and they seemed engaged. Chris Shears gave us this whole like pat on the back at the end of the meeting. This was really beneficial, and I really appreciate you taking the time, and was really nice about it. And I was surprised that they, like I said, they did make some improvements. But I think planning board was hoping that they would make significantly more. They had asked them to make significantly more improvement. So it was really more that they weren't really sort of listening to recommendations. Am I summing that up, ML, generally?
And I think, I went back and listened to the planning board meeting, because I wasn't on planning board when that came around for concept review. I guess it's been to two. I didn't realize that.
Oh,
But planning board, we were making the same comments last night, and the people who had been there for the concept review were saying, we made these same comments. That's when we started to look closer at, well, did they listen to Deb? Who did they listen to? So it was a curious place we ended up at. With, well, this is kind of on a track, and on planning board, our big issues are, do we grant the height and do we grant the parking reduction? Those are the two big factors that affect the mass and, you know, the way the building is laid out. So we do have jurisdiction over those, but you know, for me, that it was just sort of surprising that there was such a large degree of disregard for the previous input. And yeah, they are at this stage. Did you see the packet? I mean, my gosh, the level of detail that the project has been worked out to is phenomenal. And so I'm glad to hear, you know, that staff tries to press, here's what's happened, here's the recommendations. So it was a very interesting, it was continued, right? We're gonna get back at it again on the 8th of August. It'll be the third continuation. Well, the first review, then the continuation. This will be the third time it comes back to us. And the board is split.
Was there a question about whether it would come back to Deb?
I tried.
Yeah, it was
Oh.
in the conversation a couple of times.
I tried to make that part of a condition, but it got bigger than that. You know,
Right.
we deny or we create conditions that are accountable, and people, if you send it back to Deb, it wouldn't come back to us, and so we would ultimately not know. And it was a strange. We didn't come to a conclusion, except we knew that we weren't close to, we don't want to deny the project, but at the same time, we want there to be some measure of accountability to the concerns. So we're in the process of thinking about how to draft up the conditions. That's kind of where the meeting stopped, and we decided, okay, we'll come back with that. So that's what we'll pick up on August 8th.
Okay.
If any of you were part of the 311 Mapleton DAB board that reviewed that project, that's kind of what happened in that way. Came back with a condition to look at specific things, very, very specific things
Right.
in there. But I would say, because I know that the things that you're talking about, Brendan, in the recommendations during the discussion with the applicant on adjusting the footprint, right? There wasn't a consolidated recommendation from the board. There was different thoughts on why make, you know, how that would shift so much for the applicant, the program, the design. And I just want to express that if it's important to the board to see massing adjustments, footprint, tonight's a really good example of functionality of that retail space, the depth of that. I realize that if you need more depth there and it impacts their parking, but you get a better active space that's usable, the parking's not your consideration. Whether they meet that, whether that is impacting the unit count, really isn't what you have to be concerned on. That's the thing that I would say, if it's super important like that, that's the kind of thing we want to get into the recommendations.
Yeah.
Because if it's kind of wishy-washy, or it's one person is wanting that, because you're an advisory board, it's one of those things that the applicant is really looking at other pressures, right? They're trying to balance all these other things going on, and they're really gonna, if that one doesn't work for them, they might not pick that up. And so
And we want to see the vibrancy of the space, but it's not my job to tell them where the mechanical room needs to be relocated. Like at that, they just need to.
And if
study it.
all the mechanical, like we were talking before, if it forces all the mechanical out to the front and we have opaque glass instead of transparency there, those are the things we're not going to see now, right? We're going to see those later as the TI comes in. But that's what I was trying to explain to the applicant tonight is I don't think that your recommendation tonight was infringing on parking or anything else. I think it was a design recommendation.
Right.
And that design recommendation impacts other things on site, but that's not DAB's priority. DAB's priority is the good design, you know, and those types of things. So,
And to see a successful, vibrant retail space, whatever that retail chooses to be, and also attractive. I just think, you know, I do a ton of core and shell space and it's hard to find tenants right now. I mean, retail, office, residential, all of it. People are, you know, there's a lot of wooing that's happening and a lot of spaces are left empty, and it just is
They're not
important to me that we
tough,
see
yeah.
like vibrant spaces.
and like when they talked about the zoning being a 20-foot, you know, they've got to have that 20-foot, that's minimum. That's the minimum requirement.
Right.
That is not like you have to have exactly 20 feet. So best thing for,
Without providing parking. That's the
Right, that-
caveat.
yeah, it's not.
That's the caveat right there.
parking in there.
We questioned that very same thing. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. And then we're like, and where are the employees gonna park if you're going for this sort of minimum so that you don't have to provide any parking? It gets very interesting. And again, our purview isn't the conversation that you guys had, which was talking about,
Right,
hey, folks, we gotta live with this and we have to make sure it's vibrant. We're held to the criteria that we're held to, but I think that the input that, to me, one of the big factors is livability, right? Are we creating a better city? And those are soft things. And I'm always trying to find ways, how can our criteria begin to hold projects accountable to these things? So I am very, very keen on hearing this board's input that could begin to lean into the criteria that drives us. I would like the pressure for us to say, hey, wait a minute, we need to, and then find the bits that will support that in the criteria. So no, I think that there's a very important link between the boards and the different kinds of input, like, you know, TAB and DAB and the environmental, although we don't really get much input from the environmental jurisdictions. But I really hope that my role on this liaison bit with you all will help to create a better path. Yeah.
And with the recommendations, like on what Stephen had asked about too, was, hey, when do you guys see these things? And concept plans always go to planning board first, so you're going to get the referral after the fact.
Right.
You know, maybe it's a question of, do you see the same packet that they saw at concept plan right away? We sometimes, you know, those aren't fleshed out enough in the engineering and other things that make the possibility of a lot of changes on that building happening, right? So, you know, maybe that's a discussion point too, to talk about is where's the right time to see the project? We're not too far along, because we get projects for site review that are pretty well developed as far as the architecture. They're pretty far along too. So it's difficult.
We see the concept, like the first project, the Gensler project, the living laboratory project that we saw. I went back and looked at, and they did too. They showed us, you know, and I'm like, oh, look at the huge, they took so much into account. It was so interesting to see, but there's a gap. right? And then we see it and it's like, well, we have to make a decision. So yeah, unfortunately, it's a time issue, right? Staff time, our time. And they go from concept to suddenly we're at the site review. And there's so much more specificity that we're like, ooh, would have been nice to have seen this.
And we're always complaining in the design community because that's a problem with Boulder's process in general. There's plenty of cities that have a pre-development services or pre-application services where you sit down and you pay a big fee and everyone's happy to pay it because they know how much time it saves down the road. And you sit down and you pay this fee and everyone's at the table and you brainstorm and you do the what ifs and hypothetical. I mean, on the development services website, there's a disclaimer right now. We do not look at hypothetical situations. We don't have the staff time to do that, right? But quite frankly, that should be a priority because it would save everybody time. It would make better projects. People will pay for it all day long. I mean, we architects and developers, it's not about the money, believe it or not, it's about the time. So lots of times this stuff just takes so long because you have to go so far down the road before you get any comments back. And then you're in the situation like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we've reviewed projects that are so far baked that any recommendations we give, we know that they're not gonna, you know, change floor heights. And I mean, they're just, the question or the comments sometimes we make are bigger than what the phase of the project is at. And a lot of architects are like, yeah, thanks for your opinion. We're just gonna keep going with what we're doing. But I think you're right, Stephen. Like if you're early enough in the design process, then you're still doing some pushing and pulling, and then our recommendations might be easier to accommodate rather than it's later phases where we already have structural and mechanical systems in place. And
right. I mean, even Longmont does it. You can pay a big fee and you can have 8 different transportation, engineering, everyone's at the table before you've even started the project, basically. And it's just so useful. And I don't know why Boulder doesn't want to do it, but someday.
Brenda, do you want to report on the Boulder Junction?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah. And just in summary of that conversation, ML, we talk often about we're eager to be more involved. So, okay, Boulder Junction. I guess screen sharing is best.
I'd be able to. Let me make sure that I can.
Oh.
Change role. No, you should be a host or a panelist. Are you not able to?
Oh, now I can.
Okay.
So let's see. Okay, Boulder Junction phase 2 was a good meeting. It wasn't particularly long, but I think it was pretty productive. And the presentation that we were given was very thorough and fairly long in terms of slides and information that was gathered and presented. I thought it was really well done. So it's a joint board. The other board members are from just a whole range of boards, like transportation and parking was there. Is that right? There were several boards that were involved in the conversation. And so we were talking about this Boulder Junction phase 1 obviously is finished or nearing completion, but is pretty well developed. And then phase 2 is in consideration and in conversation now. Let's see. Oops, I'm sorry. I just had a more consolidated slideshow. Okay, so basically we have this transit village area plan. So you can see in relationship to the boundaries of it being Valmont, 30th Street, Foothills Parkway, and then just south of Pearl Street. So it does cover quite a bit of area. Okay. So the transportation discussions, they tried to kind of break it into several discussions. So one was the transportation discussion, another was land use, the character districts that they were calling it, and then public spaces. So the transportation discussion was based primarily around this future transit station that is not. It is built, but it's not fully finished or developed because we don't have the train or the primary transit that we were hoping to have here. But you can see it's kind of it's pretty close to Valmont, and it really bridges phase 1 and phase 2. So the conversations were about how to connect the two, with the train tracks kind of running right down the middle of it. And also how to connect and how to keep phase 2 connected within itself with sort of the major roadway of Pearl Parkway running right through the base of it. And then also it's broken up by Goose Creek. So you have all these sort of severing elements in that plan. Train tracks, Goose Creek, and Pearl Parkway. So how to literally bridge some of those elements and how to make Pearl Parkway a little more pedestrian friendly, and then also just connecting Goose Creek and utilizing the traffic that comes through that multi-use path to kind of bring people into the space, or integrating that into the design. So this is where I realized that maybe I need to go back to school for planning, but planners know a lot more about these, particularly these abbreviations that I had to look up while we were talking about it. But it was mostly the use designations of this. So currently the top zone of phase 2 is office industrial. And then it's kind of broken up and pieced together as you go south onto this map. And a lot of the conversation was maybe we just simplify it and make it all this mixed use transit oriented development, which is really flexible, and it includes industrial, it includes retail, it includes residential. It just gives a lot of flexibility for that whole part of phase 2. And then a third option was to keep this south half of the project a little more industrial, this mixed use industrial, and then keep some of this as the mixed use transit oriented development because it is closer to the transit station, and then have this high density residential kind of right on the back part of what's currently pretty industrial, and bordering on the bike path, on the multi-use path. So there was conversations about the current use it sounds like it's going to be revisited regardless, and then what our thoughts were on whether or not we liked which of these two plans. Let's see. So yeah, so you can just kind of see the plans in summary. The character districts was the next topic, and so it was going kind of beyond the land use designations and more of a character designation. So, you know, maybe one type of this neighbor has more of a neighborhood feel or less of a neighborhood feel, and then this has another maybe more industrial, like artist community space, and then this Pearl Parkway maybe is a third, whatever character we want to start developing in there, whether it's continuing to be more, you know, large industrial warehousey spaces. Oops. Then the next conversation was about so within the character districts, I found this map to be a little bit maybe lacking, and I didn't really understand what it was trying to convey. I mean, I thought graphically it looks nice, but I was also a little bit concerned about, you know, how we're designating the character of this entire northern part. I thought that there needed to be sort of another layer of design laid on top of this, like another element of this map that takes into account very busy Valmont, very busy Foothills Parkway. And so maybe there's zones of more industrial on the outskirts of it, but I felt like even within these zones or within these character districts, there still needed to be consideration of what goes where, and you know, making again a lot of the conversation was about lessons learned on phase one, what was successful and what was not successful. And we talked a lot about, and I brought it up tonight in the DAB meeting, but we talked a lot about how there's so much retail space back here that is just empty storefront. So let's not do that again. Let's try and make the spaces maybe more, even if they're just one use, or, you know, fewer requirements for retail, or you know, the requirement is that it's just a live work situation, and it's an artist studio or it's a shop or whatever kind of makes sense for the fabric of that neighborhood or block that it's in. The last conversation was about public space. They had recommended a couple of nodes where they would put in sort of a public park, or you know, carve out little areas of potential parks within this that would be public. And you know, the conversation came to the hub, the depot, and how that space in front of the depot had so much potential, but it's really not being used at all. That it's, you know, while we have good intentions for the design of the space in the depot to be used and be activated like these images showed, I just thought we thought that we just need to take careful consideration on where those nodes go, and who's going to be using the space that is ultimately proposed. So that really sums up our discussion. And then we have another meeting next week.
Well,
so if you guys have any recommendations for me to bring to the meeting, I'm all ears. Otherwise, I'll just keep you informed.
And is everybody clear on how this process is working for this? Is there anybody need any clarification?
Is this part of a leading into a comprehensive plan for?
It's an area plan.
Okay.
It'll be a revision and kind of an.
Yeah.
Okay.
Question. How are all of those legacy existing PUDs going to get rolled into the new plan? Like half of Wilderness Place is under this archaic PUD, you know, and I know there's several in that whole zone. Will they get overlay zoning or something?
So that one, I would say that's a question, Brendan, you want to bring back?
Okay.
Part of the process we're in right now is this is a pilot working group that we're testing out if it works having representative members, and it is going to rely on this kind of back and forth between
Yeah.
DAB and that. So we want to bring that back. That's one thing. So you should get that one down. And it may rely on a form-based code overlay zoning, but you know, legacy PUDs is a great question because it's kind of a lot of places in the city. So
Yeah.
and then when Brendan comes back from the next meeting, hopefully this is something that she can bring back. You guys can talk about that too, because I believe that how the recommendation is going to work is it's going to be solely based on this back and forth. I don't know if you'll ever have a joint board meeting or not. And so I just want to make sure that all of you, if you're not feeling comfortable with the process, that we get that, or you like this and you're getting the right amount of communication, because we don't want to get to the end and figure out, oh, we didn't, we should have done X, Y, or Z. So this is our first round of it, but definitely this is how we need to just kind of go back and forth. And I'm happy also to ask questions and bring some things forward, Brendan, and help you do whatever you need to do as your facilitator, as you represent the board.
I mean, it is a bit like drinking through a fire hose, because it's like, there's so much obvious, like you said, Matthew, it's like there's so much history and there's so much already established in that area, that, you know, to me, it seems like an impossible feat. And, you know, that industrial park that's currently here, you know, is that 50 years that we are going to be seeing sort of some type of change, because they're privately owned buildings. And
Right.
so it was a little bit shocking to me as an architect to think like, okay, well, we go, you know, it's like we go from design to built on a construction project in a year or 2 years or whatever it takes. But this is such a long-term vision that I have a hard time wrapping my head around it. But conceptually, it's cool to be part of the conversation.
Well, one thing I just at a superficial level is, you know, the time scale of planning is obviously much different than architecture. And I think one of my beefs with all the PUDs is just that that's at a time when areas of Boulder were less densely developed. You know, a PUD was a great way to take into consideration site-specific circumstances and to put some parentheses around unchecked development. But the neat thing about looking at like this, like a square mile scale, is a good chance to like stitch back together some of those kind of unrelated neighborhoods, right? And so I just think it's neat. I think it's a really interesting, these area plans I kind of like because they have a broader context, you know, but they're still at a small enough scale where you can be like, yeah, let's plan a footpath through here, you know? So I don't know, there's no great way to plan, but I think this level of participation is pretty unique.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's such a push and pull between looking at, you know, big picture of what do we want, what land use do we ultimately want to see in this area in the future, and then getting down into the nitty gritty and the minutia of how we're actually going to achieve that, you know, whether it's changing the circulation of this road so that we don't have an island here, you know, what faces on the train tracks and how it interacts with this transit zone, but also that you do have trains running by all the time. I mean, how, like, getting down into the nitty gritty of how, you know, if you have a vision, what are the little incremental steps that the city takes to get to, like you said, integrating this very small section of Boulder into the big picture.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably this is the last thing I have to say, and probably too small, a minute level of detail, but like I often think of the Boulder Brewery that is out of business now in that little circle. You know, that's kind of the centerpiece of that upper part. And there's so much housing going on north of Goose Creek on, what is that, 30th?
Oh,
That,
yeah.
in my mind, there really needs to be multi-use path that goes east-west from just west of 30th, those new houses in Goose Creek. And not necessarily because Goose Creek has multi-use, but pedestrian or a circulation connection, kind of like one block south of Valmont,
Yeah, I mean, and that was definitely, these layers.
right where that star is, yeah.
Yeah, these layers of connection, going from big to small, and additions and subtractions, maybe. How do we slow down traffic here, and maybe do we put a stoplight to make all of this have a better feel? But there was a lot of conversation about the different connections and different paths and how that could potentially work, like an actual, potentially a road going across Goose Creek or whatever.
Brendan, did you have a slide of the boards that are represented?
Yeah,
I thought I saw that go by really briefly.
quickly, yeah.
There.
Yeah, so Boulder Junction parking, TDM, I forget what that is. Design Advisory Board, Environmental Housing Advisory Board, Human Relations Committee, Open Space Planning,
Parks and Rec.
Parks and Rec, thank you, and then Transportation.
Okay, great. We should probably wrap this up. Thank you for that report. We'll keep an eye on this.
Yeah.
So the next item on the agenda is, before we adjourn, is the calendar check. Kalani, anything we need to know about that?
Well, can I ask one question about Brendan's work? When you were done with the meeting or towards the end of the meeting, were you given like a summary of or questions to bring back to the board to gather information on?
No, they just gave us a summary, and I pretty much gave a synopsis.
Yeah.
It seemed to me like it was more of an introductory and just let's get this off the ground and going. Then it was like, I now expect you to have a work session with your boards.
That's what
but they weren't even sure if we were going to be meeting with our boards before the next meeting, but it really made it sound like, and I can send you all the meeting summary. But yeah, there was nothing in there necessarily.
Why don't you send it to me? Because if you send it, it'll be a meeting on email, and I'll send it out to everybody.
Okay.
That's good to know, like meetings, if it's an informational meeting versus they want you to come back and have a working session, that kind of is good to know.
Well, it's all online too, so.
Okay. And then I'll touch base with you too as you progress further, because then if we need to set more time aside for you to work with Dab for whatever reason, if you get tasked.
Okay.
In that sense, we can format that in a way that's going to be workable.
Great.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, the summary has who was on the board and who was attending, so I'll send that to you.
Yeah, that sounds great. So for calendar next month, we have a project that is in process. But they're likely not going to have they've got some engineering things that are going on, and they're likely not going to have their application ready by next week or due date. So it's possible that you won't have an August meeting, but probably have a September meeting. And it's a kind of a mandatory one that's down here in the interface area in downtown. So that's the townhome project.
Okay,
They're off of Arapahoe, so you will likely see that in coming months. But you may have an August one if Brendan has more meetings and wants to come back and has more information to share, and that may be the
sure.
it's for an August meeting, if that.
Yeah, that's fine.
So
Yeah,
we can do those, as part of this.
okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you. Anything else? Any other board matters?
No, I just hopefully we can look into the meeting audio and meeting minutes.
I have it already scheduled to go through.
Okay, and I have the Word document that was the latest that if you need me to forward that.
So that's the one that I pulled, right, and sent to you, that particular Word document with those minutes, or did you pull this off the?
I went to my archived email from Devin.
Okay.
And found a Word document that
Meeting
did
review.
include my
You're at it.
pages with the red, they were highlighted or whatever.
That's the one I want, because what I have is not that one, so.
Right.
Yeah, I want that one. And then if the link to the audio, because I don't know what that is. And if you can send me that link, then I can kind of try to backtrack and tie all these threads together on.
Yeah, I just went into the meeting.
Okay.
folder And
Went to that month.
I clicked, it
Normal,
says
right?
the right date on it, and then I clicked on it and I was like, oh, that is not the meeting.
Yeah, okay, and that's what I want. I want just if you could tell me the path or screenshot that, because then I'm gonna trace it, because I don't know where this went wrong, but I need to now do some investigative kind of backtracking to figure out.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm emailing you now the meeting minute Word document.
And that's yours. Anybody else have anything from that meeting, those minutes? Like, I feel like I should ask others if you had edits for the Millennium Project.
Well, I probably have notes because I was summarizing it, right?
No, actual edits to the minutes, though.
Oh, no.
No, if you had sent in edits to the minutes, those are what I'm looking for, like.
Right, yeah.
For edits, and
Well,
so
Rory does that sometimes.
I'm gonna email him next
Yeah.
and ask him if he had edits for that, that were not incorporated, so.
Yeah, and it says the deadline has passed and there was one member who provided edits. But I kind of feel like he gave us 2 opportunities. I don't know.
I thought that there was some talk during the meeting, this follow-up meeting where the minutes were approved, that I made some edits. So I feel like there's a little bit more digging I need to do, but I'm more than
Yeah.
happy to give you an update at our next meeting of
Okay.
what's happened where. I might have to email you individually and be like, can you take a look at this and tell me if this is correct?
Yeah, okay. Well, I just forwarded Devin's emails.
All right, so busy night, and thank you guys. And thanks
Yep.
for doing the work.
Meeting is adjourned. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. See you next time.
Yeah, bye.